Hello, hello. This is weird. I'm so big on the screen. I'm just gigantic. It blows my mind. So we're doing this screen right now because I have not gotten everything ready. There's no art tablet today. It is literally just my keyboard. And we're gonna do research because I am so far behind on my plans. My plans have been dashed. Well, maybe not dashed, but they have definitely been condensed. Condensed plans. That's what we're working with this month. Probably in April too. But I figured this week we'll research elves, and next week we will research werewolves. And in April, we'll spend like a week doing elf stuff and a week doing werewolf stuff. And my nose just got really, 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 really itchy. Oh. Ugh. Allergies have been bad today. Just, ugh. Not great. In fact, you know what? Turning that off. Oh. I went for a walk this morning. I've been awake since 9:30, so however many hours that is. I think that's supposed to be like 2.5, 3 hours, but my brain is still not all here. And I went to bed with wet hair, so it's super poofy. I've tried to barrette it down, hair clip it down, but as you can see, it's everything is off schedule today. That's what we're working with. This is some standard Earl Grey tea. I don't know why I have them up there. Because I was trying to think about putting things up. Okay. See if we can get our brain going. I need to open up Twitch on the phone here so I can keep an eye on the Twitch chat. It's easier to keep one eye here and one eye there. Usually. Oh. I have an ergonomic keyboard like I showed you guys. I like it. I have a new mouse. It looks like a shark fin. Doo-doo, 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 doo. I'm still not sure if I like it or not. I don't get to rest my hand on it as much as the other one. Where's my other one? Aha. So this was my other one. And like I could rest my hand here and it would just like sit there. But I can't do that with this one because it's too thin. But I've basically used them until they're dead. Why is the chat doing... Oh, that's because I haven't optimized the chat for this one. Right. I forgot about that. All the things that I've forgotten about. Because things are busy. Okay. I need to put this on that side. And it won't even go to 1/2. That's not helpful. That was not helpful at all. Alright, we are going to research the history of elves. Alright, we're gonna go start off with Wikipedia because the first result, which I should show you guys my screen, right? Okay, let's go back over to the screen. Go here. That's not what I want. I'm going to do Alright, that's what I'm looking at. That's so tiny. Alright, I'm trying to make the screen bigger so you guys can actually see what I'm reading. Haha! Okay. I'm sorry. I went for a walk this morning with my friend Helen, who was awesome, and again, allergies. The tea should help. Alright, so I got that. I need to find my elf folder. Oh, I forgot I did a bunch of research on this already. Okay. We are going to do a text-rich document. Is it going to create... God. My hair is bugging me. It's like I can feel that it's not the way it usually is, and I don't like it. Oh yeah, I got to do background. If you weren't here for the surprise stream. My computer is not responding. Ah, there we go. Okay, let's rename this. Elf Research. Thank you, Stream Elements. I am not going to have water because I am drinking tea right now, but I do have a cup of water. Actually, my computer's right there. It's like, come on, computer. What are we doing? So the only thing I really know about elves is they're old, like really old. And I think they started in Germany area, but you see a lot of them up in like the Irish Isles things also. So, like they go back to like the Norse gods. So they're old, but each culture kind of has their own take on elves. Like German elves are generally scary, whereas Irish elves are generally pretty looking, and like mischievous. Like German elves are mischievous to the bad side. Like they actually have evil intent kind of thing. But we'll see. We'll see if my preconceived notions of elves are correct. Because they might not be. Alright, so let's see what Wikipedia has. We are going to copy this because this is a resource. Did you not copy? There we go. I have like a battery powered keyboard and it likes to go to sleep, so if I haven't typed on it in a while. Alright, what's this say? Mythical creatures. For Tolkien's fictional version, see Elf Middle Earth. For the film, see Elf Film. For other usage, see Elf Disambiguation. I'm going to open that link in a new tab. Let's look at that one. Oh my goodness. Okay. There are vehicles called elves? Wow. Okay. There's a lot. Lots of things. All right. So Wikipedia says that an elf is a type of humanoid supernatural being in Germanic mythology and folklore. Elves appear especially in North Germanic mythology, being mentioned in the Icelandic poetic Edda, and Snorri Sturluson's prose Edda. In medieval Germanic cultures, elves are thought to have been as beings with magical powers and supernatural beauty, ambivalent towards everyday people and capable of helping or hindering them. However, these details of the beliefs have varied considerably over time and have flourished in both pre-Christian and Christian cultures. See, that's not like... I don't know. That's not how I would describe them. Maybe I'm too close to the subject and just too much information. All right, so sometimes elves are... All right, let's... First bullet point. Boom. Humanoid, supernatural being, Germanic, and folklore. Okay, we're going to open Northern Germanic mythology and see what we got. So, all right. Norse, Nordic, and Scandinavian mythology is a body of myths belonging to the North Germanic peoples, stemming from Old Norse religion and continuing after the Christianization of Scandinavia and into the Nordic folklore of the modern period, the northernmost extension of the Germanic mythology and stemming from Proto-Germanic folklore. Wow. Norse mythology consists of a variety of beings, blah, 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 blah. Yes. Oh, good Lord. Okay. So, this goes over the sources, like where we get a bunch of the Nordic myths, which is cool, but not exactly what I'm looking for. Humanity. According to the prose Edda and the poetic Edda poem, Voluspa? The first human couple consisted of Ask and Embla, driftwood found by a trio of gods and imbued with life in the form of 3 gifts. After the cataclysm of Ragnarok, this process is mirrored in the survival of the 2 humans from wood, Leaf and Leaf. Blah. I'm not even going to try. It's how I'm feeling today. I'm not even going to try. From those 2, humankind is foretold to repopulate the new and green earth. Gosh, I kind of want to do a stream where it's just like origin myths. I think that would be cool. All right, now it's just a bunch of sources. That was helpful, but not really helpful. All right. Okay, some elves, like dwarves, are association with craftsmanship. Wayland the Smith embodies this feature. The weird and malicious craftsman Wayland. Ooh. Wayland's story is most clearly in the Orst. Hey, Brutilda, how are you? Nice to see you again. Brutilda and I were walking this morning. We are researching elves today. So this is a really good day. This is a really good day to, you know, work and lurk. Elves are awesome. So we're trying to start off by the beginning of elves, like when their folklore started. And like many other people, I start with Wikipedia because they link their sources. And if I want to know more, I can go to that link. So right now we're reading about Wayland the Smith, who apparently was a malicious craftsman. I'm going to put some tea in my cup. Oh, that's just water. Oh, yay, look at that. I can get a promotion of my channel if I pay a ridiculous amount of money and get scammed and stuff like that. 'Cause that's fun. And guess what's gonna happen? Well, first of all, we're going to exit out of there. We are going to copy this, and then we are going to go report. Next. I'm going to call this one spam, not a scam. All right, submit and block. Goodbye. You know, that just ruins the flow. Not that I had flow before, but like, it really just... Block. Thank you. How does this? I got 4 new messages. I don't know. Yeah, you're not... It's... Get it with fire. I wish you could. It is disruptive. And it's like 99.99% of chance that it's a scam or something. They're just going to take your money and run or steal your account or something like that. You literally can't trust anybody anymore. Unless you like met them in person and stuff like that, you can't really trust people, especially internet people. You can't trust internet people. Okay, let's learn about Wayland because he seems like he was a person gifted by elves or something like that. So get back on track. So Wayland's story is most clearly told in Old Norse sources, that one that I can't pronounce, a poem in the Poetic Edda. In them, Wayland is a smith who is enslaved by a king, and Wayland takes revenge by killing the king's son and then escapes by crafting a winged cloak and flying away. Oh, so like, similar to the Roman one with, dude that built the labyrinth for the Minotaur. That was that story. Flew too close to the sun guy. I cannot, my brain today. I'll remember later, you know, at 7 o'clock tonight when it doesn't matter anymore. But yeah, my brain is not braining very well today. That memory, I always... I love mythology because it tells you a lot about the culture and what they believed and what they yes, Icarus and Sisyphus. Thank you. God, yes. That's the one. Sisyphus built the labyrinth for the Minotaur, and because he knew how to get out of it, the King Midas, I think it was Midas, locked him in there. It might have been not Midas, it might have been somebody else. But a king locked him in there and basically told him he couldn't leave. And he and his son built the wings, and Icarus flew too close to the sun, who is a god, and his wings melted and he died. Exactly. They do capture the human condition, and they help us understand what knowledge they had and what knowledge they didn't have, like what they understood and what they didn't understand. And it's very similar now with scientists and stuff like that. There are scientists who are willing to admit that they just don't know. Like, we don't know yet. We're going to keep looking for it, but we don't know yet. And then there's the group of scientists, and I'm still going to call them scientists because they do the research and stuff like that. But instead of admitting that they don't know, they kind of default to the, well, a god must have done it kind of thing. And it's part of the human condition to not necessarily want to admit that you don't know something. Because sometimes that's hard. Sometimes I think saying that you don't know something is as hard or harder than admitting that you need help for something, for whatever. Like, it's up there. So Wayland, oh yeah, it is. It really is. So Wayland because he was enslaved by a king, would anyone ever want to know everything that says? It would, and people would stop listening to you, I think. Like, it wouldn't be good. It not necessarily even boring, it just wouldn't be good because, yeah, you know everything, and you want to help humanity and stuff like that, but at a point, humanity's going to be like, oh, this know-it-all, and stop listening to you. Even if you're right. Because that's how we are. We're ornery. Alright, so Wayland Smith was enslaved by a king, and Wayland kills the king's son in revenge, and then he escapes by crafting a winged cloak and flying away. Also envy, like, being able to just build, like, a winged cloak and having it work. Like, what are the probabilities of that? And that goes with Icarus and Sisyphus too. Like, that's a lot of effort and stuff. Like, is it logically possible that they did this? All right. Okay. A number of other visual and textual sources clearly allude to similar stories. Okay, so Wayland is in other stories, but under different names. Okay, Wayland is also mentioned in passing in a wide range of text in Old English. So Wayland wasn't even just a German story. He was everywhere. And like I said before, it also sounds like the Icarus and Sisyphus story. So this story may not necessarily be limited to one specific culture. This could be a reoccurring story in different cultures. But I want to know why it's linked to elves. And is it just linked to elves because he was weird? The oldest reference to Wayland the Smith is possibly a gold coin with an inscription that says Wayland. So this is what they're referring to, this gold coin that looks like it says Wayland, but they don't know if it's this Wayland, the Smith, or a different Wayland the Smith. And I think this is the stone. Oh yeah, so this is Wayland the Smith's adventure in an illustrative form. And then you've got the poems, and then you've got more saga stuff. And some Norse. They really liked documenting. So the English version here with this visual that's off to the right there is interesting. The Frank's casket is one of a number of other early English references to Wayland, whose story is evidently well known and popular, although no extended version in Old English has survived. The front panel of Frank's cask sorry, my phone dinged. It was nothing important. Incongruously paired with the adoration of the Magi. What is this? Oh, okay, this is a religious thing. So for some reason, Wayland's story is often paired with the adoration of the Magi, so the coming of Jesus, blessing of Jesus, whatever you want to call it. Wayland stands next to the forge on the extreme left, where he's held by the king. So this is the king here. And this must be the sun. Oh, the sun's underneath him, dead. Wow. Below the forge is the headless body of the son, whom Wayland has killed, making a goblet from the skull. Yummy. That's the best, most efficient way to use the skulls of your enemies. Turn them into goblets, planters, furniture, wall decor. I think the French had it right. You know, build monuments and churches and stuff out of them. And the best thing is they're biodegradable. So, you know, they'll only last for a certain number of years. Lovely little morbid sidetrack. Oh, this is cool. So he's got the skull in one hand. It's green living. And he's offering it to the dad. So the prince, we're just going to call him a prince because if he's a king's son, he's a prince. So you got Wayland, dead prince guy, king, and Wayland's offering the king the prince's skull as a goblet. Oh, that's so dark. Oh, he's got a daughter. Okay, so Wayland's offering the stuff to the king, right? And then there's this female figure in the back behind the king, who could be a princess or could be somebody else. And then this guy on the far left is possibly Wayland's apprentice or brother, and he's catching birds so Wayland can make wings. That just, again, like, very similar to the Icarus story, right? Local English local tradition, words in the right order, are placed Wayland's forge in a Neolithic long barrow mound known as Wayland's Smithy, close to the Uffington White Horse in Oxfordshire. If a horse to be shod or any broken tool, they were left with a sixpenny at the entrance to the barrow, and the repairs would be executing. That is so cool. In other words, Wayland's not dead. Maybe that's why he's an elf. Okay, and then there's like the story of Wayland in Old English. So the only other thing I cannot see is, like, they don't really give us a year. When this, oh, okay, hold on. So 575 to 625. So that's a long time. It's, 600 years before or after Christ. Well, nah. That doesn't seem right. How old is the North?
Norse. Religion? Okay, 500 BCE. That's okay. That's good to know. All right, so I wanted to know when their Norse religion kind of started, just because that'll help us pinpoint how old elves are. Like, they didn't just crop up shortly before Christianity did. It's been around for a really long time, which means stories of elves have been around for a really long time. All right, now we've learned about Wayland, but I don't necessarily see how he has association with elves, other than the fact that he could be a spirit of sorts in fixing people's repairs. All right. I don't know. So our little distraction about elves and Wayland is, I don't necessarily know how Wayland has elf characteristics, so I don't know if this paragraph that I've highlighted, some elves like dwarves are associated with craftsmanship, specifically identifies with elves. The story, what we looked over didn't really point to that, but I'm not gonna look into that. So the word elf is found throughout the Germanic language and originally seems to have meant white being. But it says, however, reconstructing the early concept of an elf depends largely on text written by Christians. So 500 years after this religion was founded and got all like solidified and stuff like that, they didn't even start looking at it until, God, a long time. It took them a long time to start translating the texts, and it might not have actually meant that. That sucks. Okay, and I think Wayland is associated with elves because elves are associated with specific gods in mythology. Okay. And so these associated elves variously with the gods of Norse mythology, with causing illness, with magic, with beauty and seduction. So this kind of goes on into the demon thing, the demon link with vampires. Kind of. Everything's connected, guys. I just have to tell you, everything is connected. It's insane. All right, so after the medieval period, the word elf tended to become less common throughout Germanic language, losing out to alternative language terms. So elf was like, from what I'm understanding, elf was like an umbrella term in Germanic languages, and then there were different types of elves. And as time progressed, instead of calling it like an, I don't know what a dwarf would have been, like elf, dwarf underneath, they started separating dwarves and different fairies and stuff like that. Okay. In Scandinavia, were elves thought as magically powerful people living usually invisibly alongside everyday human communities. They continue to be associated with causing illness and sexual threats. So this is where my thoughts come from, is the Germanic fairy tales, especially involving elves. Elves are kind of on the evil side, generally want to cause harm, kind of thing. I think that's the medieval understanding of elves. So that's actually kind of good. Okay, so elves was an umbrella term. In medieval times, it was used less and more specific terms were used for the various types of elves. Dwarf, fairy, etc. All right. We need this to go that way. Okay, elves are powerful beings hidden So this is the time where we start hearing more about them, you know, the fairy rings and stuff like that. If a human steps in a fairy ring, they will have to go serve the fairies for however long. More tea. Okay. With urbanization and industrialization in the 19th and 20th century, beliefs in elves declined rapidly, though Iceland has some claim to continued popular belief in elves. However, elves started to be prominent in literature and art of educated elites from the nearly modern period onward. These literary elves are imagined as tiny playful beings, with William Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dreams being key developed. Go Shakespeare! Yeah, make elves nice. In the 18th century, German Romantic writers were influenced by this notion of the elf and re-imported the word elf into German language. Wow. We will put in here Shakespeare is credited with reintroducing elves to the world more in a kind romantic way. Okay. From the romantic idea of elves came the elves of popular culture, such as Christmas elves, contemporary pop culture, relatively recent creation, popularized in the late 19th century in U.S. Elves enter the 20th century high fantasy genre in the wake of works published by authors such as Tolkien. These repopularized the idea of elves as human-sized and human-like beings. Elves remain a prominent feature of fantasy today. That is true. There is There are a lot of types of elves. I just gotta say. As you've got like the historical elves, which were, I don't know, deities of nature, like they were a physical embodiment of nature kind of thing. And so you've got that. And then you've got Tolkien elves, and then you've got Dungeons and Dragons elves, and I know there's more because other folklore fable eras things have similar things. It's interesting. From a scientific viewpoint, elves are not considered objectively real. No. Things in folklore are not real, gasp. Oh, might have to go to the library and check out a book. Or maybe I'll see if there's a free ebook that I can scroll through. All right. However, elves have in many times and places been believed to be real beings. There are people now that believe elves are real. Where enough people have believed in the reality of elves that those chose beliefs had real effects in the world, they can be understood as part of people's world. I have to find the name of the book, but a couple years ago, like 7 or 8 years ago, that kind of couple years ago, I read this book, and I think it's on my Kindle, so I should be able to find it. But I read this book about this guy who lived during the World's Fair London, so like the 1800s, I think. And he is a very logical, scientific person. He was a scientist, and his sister met some guy up in the middle of nowhere in Ireland, and she decided she was going to marry him. So, yay, marriage. And he started getting really weird letters from her and got really concerned. And so he took time off work to go and find out what was going on. And before he arrived, she had been killed. And the whole town of, like 80 people, 100 people maybe. It was a fairly small town. So, the town of however many people all basically tried to gaslight him into thinking that the elves and the fairies had killed her. It had driven her insane and killed her. And this whole town basically got in on it, and while he was trying to close out her affairs, he was staying in the house that she had been living in, found her diary, was reading her diary. Her husband was in an institution. Actually, her husband was in jail for killing her, but he didn't actually kill her. And he ended up institutionalized. But like this whole town was like, yeah, there are elves here, and they got to your wife and brainwashed her and started making her do crazy things. And at the end of the story, like literally the last chapter, this book strings you along really well. The last chapter was like, oh no, the whole town was in on it. They didn't like her for some reason. And because she was prettier than the prettiest girl in town or something like that. And the lord of the area, the rich person that was taking care of the land, his son decided that he wanted the girl and basically assaulted her, got her pregnant. Her husband couldn't deal with it and basically kept saying, yeah, the fairies or the elves got to my wife, and now she's pregnant with a changeling child. And, the witch, because there's always a witch in the town, the herb witch kind of was like, yeah, let's do all these things to, make sure your baby's not a changeling. And they ended up killing the wife because of these beliefs. In the Age of Enlightenment, where we all started, yeah, It's a cuckoo banana story, and I gotta find it for you guys. I'll see if I can find it by next week's stream. But I was reading it, and I was like, this is boring and weird. I don't know how things can be boring and weird at the same time, but it was like boring and weird. And I didn't start really getting into it until like the last half of the book. It's kind of, if you've seen, I'm trying to remember the name of the movie. Now I have to go look it up. That's not it. Can I just like get the name of this movie? I just want the name of this movie. It's a freaking Sean Penn zombie movie. Why can't I... Brain, can my brain work? It's not Dead Man Walking. Why do you keep trying to tell me it's Dead Man Walking? It's not. Oh, that's not who that's supposed to be. God, now I can't even remember the actors' names. Something wrong with me. It's not Zombieland. It's not Dawn of the Dead. It's a stupid, silly movie. Is it Shaun of the Dead? I think it's Shaun of the Dead. Yes. It's like Shaun of the Dead. It kind of starts off really boring and slow. And then it's like, oh shit. That's kind of what this book's done. It's very similar to that. Yes, Shaun of the Dead is freaking awesome. And I don't know why I called what's-his-face Sean Penn. Simon Pegg. His movies. He did that other one too that was really... Hot Fuzz. Hot Fuzz is like that also. Simon Pegg is awesome. Yes. Hot Fuzz. I think Hot Fuzz, it works better with Hot Fuzz. Like this book was super duper duper slow in the beginning. And then like the last little bit was like they just shove all this action in your face and you just like have the key going on. Yeah. 100%. That's what this book was. I gotta find the name of the book. I have to write it down or I'll forget to do that. Debbie Weird fairy book. Fairy story. I have no idea how I ever have a coherent thought because every time I try to do research and stuff with you guys on stream, it's like my brain's just shut down. All right. Relationship with reality. Elves are not real. Objectively real. They're not objectively real. But people believe they are real. They can be understood as parts of people's worldview in a social reality. Exchange the value of a dollar bill, sense of pride, string of image. Yes, okay. In other words, they make people feel better or they make people believe in things. According to beliefs about elves and their social functions have varied through time and space. Yes. All right, so this is going to go into how different societies and religions have tried to rationalize the belief in elves and get rid of the myths altogether, which is going to be, again, interesting because it's going to show you how the core society has been okay with these, and how the invading society has come in and adapted those beliefs to go with what they believe. And of course, the big one that they're going to talk about is Christianity, because Christianity did that with a lot of things. Like a lot of things. All right, so beliefs about elves have their origins before the conversion to Christianity and associated Christianization of Northern Europe. For this reason, the belief in elves has, since the Middle Ages through recent scholarship, often been labeled as pagan and a superstition. However, almost all surviving textual sources about elves were produced by Christians, which is interesting. That's why I think, if I remember right, and I might have to do more research on this, one of the reasons why the Grimm brothers were going around German collecting the stories is because the stories had been corrupted by the Christian monks and ballads and stuff like that. And they wanted to know, like, the truer origins, which is why you have some absolutely horrific fairy tales. Like, oh my goodness, some of those tales, whew. Not the Disney versions. If you read to the original versions of the Grimm's fairy tales, if you can find a translated book of the original Grimm's fairy tales, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. All right. Attested beliefs about elves therefore need to be understood as part of the Germanic speakers' Christian culture. So basically any of the stuff that we know about elves come from that cross where Christianity became the Nordic countries' main religion. So they've been altered to fit into the Christian religion a little bit more. And accordingly, the investigation to the relationship between elves and Christian cosmology has been a preoccupation of scholarships about elves in early times and modern research. In other words, most people have not done a lot of research on elves until fairly recently, and it's been a thing that Christianity is kind of skewed. Now people are trying to detangle them. All right, so there's 3 main approaches to integrating elves into Christian cosmology, all of which can be found all over the place. And I'm sure that these methods are the same for a lot of things, like the vampires, probably werewolves, which we'll do next week, all kinds of stuff. This is fascinating. I haven't even been making notes. I've just been like, this is cool. Maybe I'll have time to make notes later this week. I need to bookmark this page. So I don't want to just do Wikipedia stuff. So we'll probably skim the rest of this real quick. Oh, etymology. I love etymology. Etymology is the history behind words, or like the way the words were constructed, and it's freaking awesome. Elf shot. Old Norse text, that's the one we want. And other sources. There's songs. Okay. All right. Let's look and see how the Christians integrated elves into their mythology, and then I'm going to go get more tea. It's already been an hour, and I'm still like in the first third of, not a third, like the first quarter of this article. God. All right. So the first thing that the Christian religion did was identify elves with demons. For example, in English language material, the Royal Prayer Book from whatever elf appears as a gloss for Satan. Okay. So elves are Satan. In the late 14th century, Chaucer equates male elves with incubi. Again, another type of demon. And then in early modern Scottish, that is a mouthful. Scottish witchcraft trials witness describe the encounters of elves were often interpreted by prosecutors as encounters with the devil, of course. So, elves are Satan and demons. Which, I mean, everything's a Satan or demon, especially if it didn't, come from the core of Judeo-Christianity. Which is funny because up here at the top it says that it was originally translated as being white being, and wouldn't white beings be angels? So, that's kind of a weird thing. Okay, so in medieval Iceland, Snorri Sturluson, okay, wrote in his prose the difference between light and dark elves, the light elves living in the heavens and the dark elves living in the earth. The modern consensus is that Snorri's elves are based on angels and demons from Christian cosmology, which I totally understand. And elves appear as a demonic force widely in medieval and early modern English, German, and Scandinavian prayers. And that's, I think, where most of our stories or understanding of elves come from, is there's, the super mischievous elves that just want to eat people's everything or breed with them and make more of their own kind. This is just making me remember a whole bunch of weird stories that I read when I was younger. There's I have the books too. I went out and bought them from a used bookstore. I think it's not an R.L. Stine. It's an L.J. Smith series. And it takes place in early 90s California kind of thing. And some girl runs into some really, 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 really hot elf guy. And he happens to be a dark elf, and he tries to, capture her. And I can't remember the name of the series, but I'm pretty sure it was the L.J. Smith series. And I think that if I read it now, I would just be like, oh my God, this is stupid. Maybe I need to do that. Viewing elves as being more or less like people and more often outside of Christian cosmology. Okay, so this is another thing that Christianity did, is so instead of making elves demons, they were basically just misunderstood human beings. The Icelanders who copied the Poetic Edda did not explicitly try to integrate elves into Christian thought. Likewise, the modern Scottish people who confessed to encountering elves seems to have not thought of themselves as having dealings with the devil. Yeah, because they're elves. They're not the devil. They're just mischievous magical beings. 19th century Icelandic folklore about elves mostly presents them as a human agricultural community parallel to the visible human community, which may or may not be Christian. It is possible that stories were sometimes told from this perspective as a political act to subvert the dominance of the church. And that's, I think, where we get them. They are, entities of nature kind of thing. Integrating elves into Christian cosmology without identifying them as demons. What? Elves could not be demons? Gasp. Most striking examples are serious theological treatises. The Icelandic... Wow. This is like a whole sentence right here. This bit. Hey, Keith, how are you? The Icelandic Chortafordrift by... Oh my God. Okay. I am not in the brain space to try to pronounce words today. So we're just going to let that go. It's John something. And it's the Icelandic something from 1644. Or in Scotland, Robert Kirk's... I can do Robert Kirk. The Secret Commonwealth of Elves, Fauns, and Fairies from 1961. And in Beowulf, which elves among the races spring from Cain's murdering of Abel. Well, that's not nice. The late 13th century South English legendary has some Icelandic folk tales explaining elves as angels that sided with neither Lucifer nor God and were banished by God to earth rather than hell. One famous Icelandic folklore explains elves as the lost children of Eve. Wow. That's a lot of having Christianity kind of smush your religion into its own, or smush your folk tales into its own. Wow. So, elves are demons, possibly the devil themselves. Elves are humans, or just like a different race of humans that don't take a lot of time, or don't. They're just not the same as humans. It's okay. So elves are the true earthlings. It could be. Or elves are just a being that exists. So that's what Christianity did to the Germanic mythology, folk tales of elves. And then I'm going to skip, well, I kind of want to read these two also. Some 19th and 20th century scholars, attempted to rationalize beliefs in elves as folk memories of indigenous people. I think that is possible, maybe. I mean, we learned from the Sasquatch month that a lot of the Sasquatch tales can kind of be dated back to around when Neanderthal man was still around. And it might have been an ancestral memory or ancestral story about a hairy man that, was watching over humans. Since belief in supernatural beings is ubiquitous in human cultures, scholars no longer believe such an explanation is valid. I don't know, guys. Research has shown, however, that stories of elves have often been used in a way for people to think metaphorically about real-life ethnic others. So, this basically means that scientists and scholars think that stories about elves are a way for us to be more accepting of other ethnicities. Like, think metaphorically about it. Just because they are part of the land and stuff like that and do things that you don't understand doesn't mean they're bad. Or maybe they are bad. I don't know. Scholars demythizing elves as people with illness or disability. Okay. Scholars have tried to explain beliefs in elves as being inspired by people suffering from certain kinds of illness. I could see that. I mean, we do have the Sleeping Beauty syndrome, whereas basically people fall asleep for really long periods of time. Yeah, not like extreme narcolepsy, basically. Elves are often seen to be the cause of illnesses, and indeed English word oaf seems to have originated as a form of elf. Oh. And the word elf came to mean changeling left by an elf. God. And then, because changelings were noted for their failure to thrive, it is, to its modern sense, a fool, a stupid person, large or clumsy boy. However, again, it seems unlikely that the origin of beliefs in elves itself is to be explained by people's encounter with objectively real. Yeah, I don't, personally, my opinion is not necessarily, I don't think that elves, I don't think that, yeah. I don't think elves are people with disabilities in ye olden era. That seems silly because people we knew, even back then, that people often had disabilities. That's why you had, the town fool and stuff like that. It was the guy that was born with a mental disability. There possibly maybe a changeling because, birth defects are a thing, but I don't necessarily think that those were listed as elves. It was just a thing that happened. I don't know. That, I think, bears more looking at. Because, again, we don't We don't know what exactly people thought, 1,000 years ago, 2,500 years ago. Like, we have no way to conceptualize what they were thinking back then. All right, so I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to go get some more tea, and then we'll get on to the etymology of the word elf, because etymology of words, freaking fascinating. I have gone down the etymology of word YouTube rabbit hole, and it's just amazing how we get from this thing that you don't think would be related to what we say now. It's absolutely mind-boggling. And I've gotten like no note-taking done. But that's okay, because I'm having so much fun researching this stuff. It is so cool. All right, so I will be back in just a minute, and if you're watching on Twitch, I am going to run an ad, and if you're watching on YouTube, enjoy the slideshow. Well, hello Raiders, and hello Angela, how are you? Go check out Morbid Heart Designs, guys. If I remember how to do this, it's been a while since I've done a shout out. Look at that, I did it, woo! So today, guys, we are doing a research stream. We are learning about elves and their history, and I'm supposed to be taking notes so I can do some elf art next month. And am I taking notes? I am not, because it is so fascinating just how little information we have on like the origins of elves. So I was supposed to be doing elves this month, but because Emerald City Comic-Con took 2 weeks out of my life, which is, it would have been like 3 streams. So I am down to 2 streams for this month, and I had no time to do any research or anything. So today we're going to research elves and get some ideas for some elf art. And then next week we're going to research werewolves so we can get some ideas for werewolf art. And then in April we'll do the elf art, and there should be 2 or 3 streams for April. I can't remember how many days I had to request off. Like, I don't know how many Wednesdays Sakura-Con is going to take up out of my schedule. And then, so April will be elf month, and then March will be werewolf month. And in March I have Crypticon, which will take up 2 Wednesdays, I think. So it's going to be an interesting couple of months between April, yes, May, thank you, the months. We're in March. We are totally in March. Hi, Race, how are you? Yeah, I said this earlier right before break. I do not know how I can have a coherent thought, because anytime I get on stream and try to like do a research stream or even just have a whole conversation that has like somebody's name in it or something like that, I will completely just brain dump their name. I could not remember Icarus and Sisyphus at the beginning of the stream, and Brunhilde had to help me out. I'm just like, holy smokes, brain. What's wrong with you? Maybe there was not enough caffeine. Which is not true, because I had a latte with Brunhilde when we went for a walk this morning. It is tired. It doesn't know what it wants to do. It really doesn't. So, okay, the reason, I'm going to just say, for the people that are just joining us, hi, my name's Carissa. I do art. And this year I wanted to do a theme every month, and I wanted to research some stuff so I would have something to talk about for this art. And January and February went really well, and March and April are the ones that are going to be a little weird. Well, and May too, because convention season is back in full swing. And so we talked about Icarus and Sisyphus because there is a story in German Norse mythology. It's a story in Norse mythology that got translated and moved on to other Germanic stuff. But it's about Wayland the Smith, who basically was a smith who was kidnapped by a king and forced to work. And in revenge, Wayland kills the king's son and serves the king some kind of beverage in the skull of his son, and then somehow escapes by making a cloak of bird feathers. Very, very similar to the Icarus and Sisyphus story, I thought. It is super dark and wonderful. But, so we kind of read over this Wikipedia article. We did a detour about Wayland the Smith, which I think we're going to do some art featuring Wayland the Smith. And I kind of want to do like the scene of Wayland serving the king a beverage in his son's skull. Like, I think that would be cool and weird. I'm kind of thinking that's where we're going to go with it. But we might learn more weird things. Because a digital painting is going to take a while. A traditional painting of that is going to take a while. And I'm not really great at people. But yeah, then we talked about how Christianity has kind of hosed us on knowing more about the traditional belief in elves and stuff like that. Because yay, Christianity, thanks for that. Now we're on to the etymology of the word elf, which I think is going to be interesting. I think it's going to be interesting because I don't know about you guys. I like to know where things come from and I like to research them. And it's really cool to know where the current word came from. And sometimes the line from current word to base word is not straight at all. And they have a chart here, so this might not be the most interesting one. So the English word elf is from the Old English word most attested to is that little AE thing that's smushed together, LF. Oh my god, that drag show was so long ago. We need to do another drag show, guys. Whee. Dungeons and Drag Queens is happening at the end of April. That could be really fun. Oh. You're going to have to remind me later. I know, right? Gosh. I do not want to go to the Southern United States right now. I really do not. Ugh. Depending on the date, will be definitely. If we can get it available for you, Morbid, we will definitely do that. Okay. Are we ready to get nerdy? Like uber nerdy. We're gonna get English nerdy. Not even necessarily English. We're gonna get word nerdy. Discover the etymology behind the word elf. And they've got that stupid little AE thing that's smushed together. I know it's called something and I don't know what it is and I don't know if I care. The plural would have been with an E. Although this word took a variety of forms in Old English dialects. All the nerdy! Yes, yes. Work and lurk, people. And then if you have some input that I need, please throw it in the chat because I will definitely forget something that I'm referring to. Again, I completely forgot the term Icarus. The word Icarus. I knew the story. Could not remember the name of the characters involved at all. Okay. During the Old English period, separate forms were used for male and female. Oh my goodness. We've got all these little like letters. This is letters. I don't know what this is, but it meant letters. So it was, elves would have been elfin, basically. And during the Middle English period, the word elf routinely came to include female beings. Oh, so if I'm to understand this correctly, originally, elves were considered to be male. Or maybe just like ungendered. Because that's what this would have been. The English word for elf from the Old English is mostly attested to elf, which with the A and the little E smushed together. And the plural would have been elf-e. Or elfie. Elfay. Fay. I bet that's how that came around. Although this took a variety of forms in Old English dialects. So that would have just been like a gender-neutral word for elf. And then they started including a feminine version. That's interesting. So something started off as being like a gender-neutral thing and became gendered over time. I wonder if that kind of coincides with the inclusion of the inclusion of female demons such as succubi and stuff like that. You know, all those things we learned about during Vampire Month with the ridiculous amount of female variations of vampires. That was off the hook. I still have to write that script. I'm still working on the Sasquatch script. I have it written. I just have to record like 2/3 of it. And then all the editing and stuff, which I hate doing. I would rather do a month's worth of dishes than edit a video. Well, go eat. It's important to feed the body. If you don't feed the body, it can't do the art. Oh my God. You love editing, you don't... Yes, no. I probably have the time if I could make myself do it, I would. But my brain is just like, no, we are not doing this. This is boring and annoying. And I would much rather start 6 different paintings. 100%. Let's start more paintings versus, finishing the one project. Just because it's at a stage of doing the things that you don't like to do. All right, so Old English forms are conjugates, linguistic siblings stemming from a common origin. It is nice. I have some paintings going that I have not recorded, which I enjoy, but I also enjoy like sitting down and streaming my art. I don't really like recording the art, but I like streaming the art because it gives me a brain space to work in and have some people to chat with and show off what I can do. And, it's been freeing mentally. Yeah. Well, so when I'm not streaming, guys, I work on like 4 or 5 different things at once. So like I've got this in progress. I've got 2, 3, 4, 5 things in progress. And what I'll do is I'll work on this for about 20 minutes. And then I'll work on another one for about 20 minutes. And then I'll work on another one for like an hour. And I just like cycle them around because I cannot keep my attention on the one thing. Streaming is challenging because I just want to like go off on a side tangent and work on something else sometimes. Okay, a lot of the time. But I make myself do it. And it's a good habit to have. It's a good thing to be able to just focus on one thing at a time versus the 6 different things that I have going on right now. Plus this project and the 2 that I haven't finished yet. Do I have ADHD and just don't know it? Maybe. Maybe. Okay. So, Old English forms are conjugates, the linguistic siblings stemming from a common origin, with medieval Germanic terms such as Old Norse Elfir. It sounds like a standard artist thing. Yes, go with the muse. Follow the muse. And it's running that way. I've had a lot of caffeine today. I had a 16-ounce latte, which is 2 servings of caffeine, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I've had like 6, I will have had 6 cups of tea today. And highly caffeinated and highly sugar. I want to follow the dopamine sometimes, but sometimes you get more dopamine. It's this part of my brain where it's like, okay, you'll get more dopamine from finishing project A than you will from starting and getting halfway through to project B. So if you finish A, that dopamine rush will carry you through project B. But sometimes your brain just doesn't want to do the math, and you start project B anyways, and then you get down on yourself because you didn't finish project A. It's a whole thing. It really is. And I don't know, I think artists are special. Not like in a bad way and not in, a mentally disabled way or anything like that, or any kind of disability way. Our brains just don't function the same way everybody else's do. And I suppose that generally means that everybody that's an artist of some sort is on the autistic spectrum somewhere, which I would totally believe. 100% totally believe that if I got tested for autism, I would probably be on the spectrum somewhere. And I kind of think that, again, all artists are. Whether we're on the spectrum closer to normal or on the spectrum closer to savant, we don't know. But I think we're all there. Maybe even just all human beings. I tested close to the spectrum, but not on it. Maybe they just need to widen the they just need to widen the spectrum to include you. Oh my god, that sounds terrible. But that's where my brain went, okay? Words. You have good social skills. Yeah. Well, that would be retail training. Retail trained you to do that. Because that's the only reason I have social skills, is because I did retail so much during my formative years. I could now put on that mask and be a functioning human being. And then when I take the mask off, I become this weird artist person that's on caffeine. Yes, go, food. I'm not going anywhere for a while. So I will be here for a while, drinking my tea. Actually, I'll probably be on water by the time you get back. Because this is the last of the tea. I have drained my teapot. I'm going to focus on not overfilling my cup. Okay. And then I'll move the water down so it's front and center. All right. So Old German Alp, evil spirit. Middle. Okay, these words must come from Proto-Germanic, the ancestor language of attested Germanic languages, the Proto-Germanic forms. Wow. So we smashed together words to make the word elf. So this is where it gets cool. Okay, I'm reading really fast and skipping around. So the Germanic, whatever those are, is generally agreed to conjugate with albus, meaning matte or white, and Old Irish alpin, meaning flock, and ancient Greek, whatever that is, meaning whiteness or white leprosy. Okay, now this goes with what they were saying in the beginning, that it meant white persons. And I was like, well, that's weird. Like, wouldn't you think a white person meant angelic person if Christianity was gonna abscond with part of your folklore? And Albanian elb, which is barley, which is like a white grain. And the Germanic word for swan. Wow. And then all of these come from the Proto-Indo-European root word, which is whatever this is. This seems to be connected by the idea of whiteness. So what we know as the word elf and what we understand it as started off with the concept, just the concept of something being white. That is crazy. And not like white is in the race of Caucasian people, just like lack of color white. So the Germanic word presumably meant white one, perhaps as a euphemism. Jacob Grimm thought whiteness implied positive moral connotations, which is understandable because I think all of humanity does that. The whiter things are, the more clean and pure they are. And that's just like a humanity thing. That's not trying to be political or anything about it. It's not necessarily the case, however. For example, because the conjugates suggest matte white rather than shining white, is because the medieval Scandinavian text whiteness is associated with beauty. Yep. And Aldrich Hall suggested that elves may have been called white people because whiteness was associated with feminine beauty. So this is where we get the androgynous look of elves from. Some scholars have argued that the names Albion and Alps may also be related possibly through Celtic. Completely different etymology, making elf a conjugate of Heribus, a semi-divine craftsman in Indian mythology, was suggested by Alibert Kuhn in 1855. In this case, the Germanic root word would connotate the meaning skillful, intuitive, and clever, and could be conjugated in Latin with labor in the sense that creative work, which is often mentioned. The etymology is not widely accepted. That's a cool etymology, though, because we do generally consider elves to be skillful, inventive, and clever, and they create beautiful works, especially if you're going with like the Tolkien theory of elves, like where they're beautiful craftsmen and they create magical and mystical things. So I could definitely see both being parts of it, maybe. But this is really interesting that elves should be associated with whiteness. Just, again, the idea of things being white, and not shiny white, but matte white. Which apparently, going off of this, would be a feminine white. A feminine thought of whiteness. That's weird and cool. That's interesting. I don't know how we would incorporate that into a painting, though. Even a digital painting. That's something I'm going to have to, like, sit on. Because we could put, like, a swan or something like that in the background. Or maybe even some barley. And do, like, well, silver is shiny, so. It would have, I don't know. Putting a swan in the background is probably the easiest way to get away with this. Incorporating the etymology of the word into the painting. And then other than that, just making him have a more androgynously female-ish kind of face. If I decide to do the Wayland story, if I decide to picture Wayland in there, that could be interesting. And then just having him like at his workstation, anvil, forge. There we go. Right word. Having him at the forge would kind of lean towards the skillful, intuitive, and clever thing. Especially if I painted the goblet with like a lot of filigree and stuff. With a skull in it. I'm excited to do skulls. Alright. Improper names. Throughout the medieval Germanic languages, elf was one of the nouns used in personal names, most invariably as a first element. These names have been influenced by Celtic names beginning in Albio, such as Albiorix. Wow. Glasses. Oh, that would be cute too, yeah. Could throw some glasses in there. Personal name. So, definitely. Well, maybe because, so Wayland is a blacksmith, so maybe some fancy goggles to protect his eyes. And then that would lean a little bit into more popular steampunk aesthetic. And then my painting would cross genres and not just be scary. That could be cool too. So I think in my brain we're definitely set on, I say we as in like all of us, as a little Twitch and YouTube community, do Wayland doing his thing, and I need to go find that page again. And then, yeah, it's shaping, it's building in this noggin. So, personal names provided the only evidence for elf in Gothic, which must, pardon me, have had the word albs with a B, plural albius, The most famous name of its kind is Albonin. The Old English names for elf include the conjugate of Albonin, elf friend. Blueprints would lend itself to mathematics and intelligence. We could do that. Definitely. We'll definitely have to build some stuff out. Maybe we could put like a work table behind him with like papers and blueprints and stuff on it. That could be interesting. I don't want to build it too big. Like I don't want to build it too detailed because I'm only going to have maybe 3 streams to do it in. So that's like 9 to 10 hours of work. And I know that sounds like a lot of time, but for a painting, it's really not. Because I think no, I like your ideas because they're helping me build it in my brain. And we can always hint at things. So we can always put shadows in the background hinting at stuff. And that's like it's like a, are you an idea fairy? We need more idea fairies in the world, but yeah, like, ask Morbid. I like idea fairies. Heck, if it weren't for Cherry Round, I wouldn't have had the dumpster fires. I wouldn't have had a whole bunch of things. So I like idea fairies because they help me build ideas and paintings and stuff, and they look really cool when I'm done. You can't create art in a vacuum. If nothing's happening to you and you're not feeling excited about life or depressed about life or something about life, if you were feeling nothing about everything, you're not going to create good art. You might not even create anything. You're just existing. So art comes from the feelings and ideas and stuff that interactions and just life causes. So I like it when people give me ideas, especially if the idea enhances an idea that I've already got. And if I can start building it in my head, then I'll know how I want it to come out. And then the goal is making it come out like how I kind of think I should have it. And having like a workbench in the background that's like in shadow, and all you see are like the highlights of these paper curls and stuff like that. That is a really cool way of showing that he's not just a blacksmith, that he is smart and he's spent time researching his craft. And they just might not be super detailed. Like my first thought was, oh my God, if we put a workstation and a wall and have things stuck to the wall and curling papers and layers and layers and layers, and that would take so long. But if I pull it back and just have like the shadows and some highlights showing like maybe a shelf with scrolls on it and stuff like that, and like a couple pieces of like the shadows of a couple pieces of paper, definitely. And maybe like, so what I'm envisioning is like hypothetically, if it's all just one color brown and like a really dark brown, and we have like the outline of a shelf with little boxes in it and some scrolls inside of it, and then underneath the shelf we can have like the tools that he uses to work with, so he can have like a cool T-square, and maybe his compass hangs there, and he's got a hanging spot for a ruler and a couple hammers and like a little jar of pencils there, but they're not in full color. They're in this brownish tone. I think that would work really well. It would add depth to the scene and give like more meaning to like give him more of a story. Like he's not just this smith that made a goblet out of a kid's skull to give it to a king. He has been researching on his craft for years and years and years and years, and he has this huge collection of scrolls, and he's got all these cool tools to use. And then maybe in his livery, or maybe, I don't want to put it on the king, because the king is, yeah, low light, dark. Yeah, exactly. And then if we want to incorporate the concept of whiteness into it, we can put like maybe a swan somewhere on his anvil, or maybe part on his livery or something like that. Livery? I said livery. On his livery. Like maybe he's got some swans embroidered on his edge of his tunic or something. Kind of to indicate who he is. And then make him like, a little, again, more androgynous, sliding into the feminine. And then maybe have the king be like brute, kind of more brutish. Oh, yeah. Well, so the other one was Matt White, Albanian elb, barley. So maybe not wheat, but barley on his bracers, which, I mean, it looks the same, really. Which he would definitely need if you're forging stuff. You want something to protect your forearms from sparks and things. We can do this. This could be really cool. I'm getting some things percolating in here. And this is why you do research. You're enhancing my ideas and I like it. And then again, doing research and stuff like that is also enhancing my ideas. I already have an idea for what I want to do for a traditional werewolf painting. I just don't know if my skills are up to snuff for it. And I don't know if I'll be able to finish it in May. Like by the end of May. I don't know. I want to. I also want to start it now, but I'm restraining myself because I have 2 big paintings in progress already, and 1, 2, 3, and 4 little ones. Okay, where was I? Proper names. Ooh. Okay, so if you hear a name that starts with ALB, right? Oh, ALBIO. It generally means elf something. So, Elfwine, or Elfwin, probably pronounced win, is literally means elf friend. Elfric is elf powerful. Elf weird, elf guardian. And Elfwaru, elf care, that's cool. So, if you do that and you keep going, the name Alfred is elf advice. How friggin' cool is that? So if you know anybody named Alfred, they offer elf advice, which would be pure advice, right? If you go back to the previous bit that we talked about of it being the idea of whiteness, which would be purity, they offer pure advice. I don't actually think I know anybody named Alfred. Oh, is that why Batman's servant Alfred is like super smart and wise and stuff and always has good advice? Oh. I don't know if that was an accident or if that like actually happened. That is cool. Okay, also surviving English name Elgar means elf spear, and the name of Saint Alphonse is elf tall. That's crazy. German examples are Albrecht, Alfart, and Alfir, father of Walter Inquine. No, he's old and has been around the block a few times. Yes, he has. 100%. The name suggests that elves were positively guarded in early Germanic culture. Of the many words for supernatural beings in Germanic languages, the only ones regularly used in personal names are elf, words donating pagan gods. I still think that, like, I could not talk to the creator of, like, I think he's passed away, but if Batman's Alfred, it means, like, was inspired by, you know, the phrase elf advice or pure advice or something like that. That would be cool. Etymology is fun. All right, so elves appear in some place names, although it's been difficult to be sure how many other words, including personal names, can appear to similar elf. The highest, clearest English examples are Elven Den, which is Elves Hill, which is Suffolk, cool, and Elven Dun, Elves Valley in Oxfordshire. The other examples may be Eldon Hill, Elves Hill, which is Derbyshire, and Eildon Valley, Elves Valley in Lancashire. Wow. That's crazy. Wow. Oh, we get to go into medieval beliefs. The medieval times have got some crazy things. We might look up something else, though. I'm going to take another quick break because I need to go get something to eat to soak up all this tea that I drank. Where is my button? I'll be right back in just a moment. Alright, I'm back. Have a granola bar. Oh, I kind of want to do this one too. Medieval texts and post-medieval folk beliefs. So this is going back to the like really old beliefs that elves were basically kind of like demons and they could cause illnesses and stuff. The earliest surviving manuscripts mentioning elves in Germanic language are from the Anglo-Saxon England. Medieval English evidence has therefore attracted quite extensive research and debate. Hey Alexis, how are you? I was hoping that if I moved my head, my face cam down here, that it would be easier for the hats to land on my head. That doesn't seem to be the case. Okay. So, let's see what the medieval English... I'm doing pretty good. I've had a lot of tea today. A lot of caffeine. So, and research makes me happy. I like to research things because it helps me build the paintings and stuff in my brain. Elves are most often mentioned in medical texts. Crazy. Elves in medicine. They're not even objectively real, remember? Which attests to the belief that elves might afflict humans and livestock with illness, apparently most sharp internal pains and mental disorders. Wow. So appendicitis, caused by an elf. My inability to remember things today, caused by an elf. The most famous of the medical tests is metrical charm Weopharistis against a stabbing pain from the 10th century compilation. Some word that I'm not even going to try. But most of the attestations are 10th century the Bald's Leech Book and Leech Book 2. Gosh. Wow. The tradition continues into later English language traditions too. Elves continue to appear in middle. Wow. Hey. So, yeah, if you have a sharp pain somewhere, like a runner's cramp or a stitch, it was caused by an elf. Just remember that. The next time you're out exercising and you have a cramp. Darn elves. Water is amazing too. Alright, beliefs in elves causing illness remain predominant in early modern Scotland, which kind of refers to that book I was talking about way earlier. And I'm going to try to find the name of the book for the next stream. I have it on, it's either on my phone or on my Kindle. I have a lot of books on my phone or Kindle, or I would just do it now, because, 10 books, not hard to find the title of a book, but when you have like 30 or something on there, it gets a little challenging. And this kind of goes in line with, like, elves or demons, which is probably why Christianity scooched a bunch of them over into the demon category. Believes in elves calling illness. Evil elves, sickness monsters, yeah. Elves are viewed as supernaturally powerful people who lived alongside everyday rural people. Thus, elves are often mentioned in the early modern Scottish witchcraft trials. Many witnesses in the trials believed themselves to be given healing powers or know of people or animals made sick by elves. Through these sources, elves are sometimes associated with a succubus, like supernatural being called a mare. Oh, yeah, that's just your normal run-of-the-mill demon type thing. And succubus were also linked to a lot of female vampire things, so just a general demon that likes to eat people's energy, especially if it's a sexual type energy. And I'm sure we'll hear more about them next week when we research werewolves. Because, again, they were really heavily in vampire lore. I'm pretty sure they're going to be fairly heavily in werewolf lore, because their lore, vampire werewolf lore, are really similar for a long time. While they may have been thought to cause diseases with magical weapons, elves are more clearly associated in Old English with a kind of magic denoted by Old English's sidin or sidsa. Oh my god. Conjugate with the Old North whatever, and parallel to the Old Irish blah 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 words. And by the 14th century, they are also associated with alchemy. Wow. Okay. So, elves can shoot diseases at you with their magical weapons. And they practice alchemy. Okay. They're advanced, aren't they? And then elf shot, yeah. And then elf shot is basically you get a random sickness and you don't know where it came from. And it's the elves shot it at you. Size, appearance, and sexuality. Yes, that's what we want to know about. The elves' appearance. Now you could see the elves in New Light if Lord of the Rings used this type of elf. Yeah, elves are artificers in D&D. I mean, actually in Lord of the Rings too. But yeah, definitely. They could definitely, and alchemy is a type of artificing. It's a skill, it's a science. I could definitely see that. And because they're all like crafty and demonic and they're not really around, you can't really see them. You might just not know where the things came from. They do. Okay, we're skipping elf shot because I kind of sped right through that, but basically it's just elf shot is again randomly you don't feel good and you have like a pain somewhere, they have shot you with something and you're sick now. Okay. Alright, because of the elves associated with illness, in the 20th century, most scholars imagine elves in the Anglo-Saxon tradition were small, invisible, demonic beings caused illnesses with arrows. And this was encouraged by the idea of elf shot, which I glossed over, as depicted by above, in an image which became well known with this connection. However, it is thought to be misunderstanding, which a ton of things are. The image proves to be a conventional illustration of God's arrows and Christian demons. Rather, 21st century scholarship suggests that the Anglo-Saxon elves, like the elves in Scandinavia or the Irish Aussie, are regarded as people. So, okay. I'm braining this. So, I think this is what they mean. So, these are demons attacking a human being. Oh, these little things back here are demons. Can we make this bigger? Yes. So, all of these are demons attacking a human being. And they're saying that these little ones are elves. I mean, they're all wings. They all have wings, so they're all hypothetically angels. I'm not sure what to make of that. Not yet. It must percolate in my brain. Maybe it'll work out to some coherent thought. Or I might just forget about it because it doesn't make any sense and it's not worth the time spent thinking about it. English is hard some days. My brain is still happy about the whole Alfred thing, meaning elf advice. That just makes my brain super happy, especially thinking about it in regards to Batman. All right, elf shot. Okay, so now we have to go back to elf shot to understand this. In one or two old English medical texts, elves might be envisioned as inflicting illness with projectiles. Yes. In the 20th century, scholars often labeled the illnesses caused by elves as elf shot, but works from 1990s onward show the medieval evidence for elves being thought to cause an illness in this way is slender. Okay. So I think if we go back to the etymology of elf being hidden or unseen, that could be unseen pain. Because a shot would be a piercing pain, right? Like when you have shooting pain. So it could be some unseen pain. And us 20th century modern humans thinking we know better than everybody else are misinterpreting what they actually meant. Because the meanings of words change over time. That's why we have etymology. The known elf shot first attested in Scottish poem Roland's Curse from around 1500, where elf's shot, S-C-H-O-T, is listed among the ranges of curses to be inflicted upon some chicken thieves. Don't steal the elves' chickens! Come on, man! The term may not have been denoted as an actual projectile shot, could mean a sharp pain as well as projectile. There we go! See? So elf shot could also mean hidden sharp pain or unseen sharp pain. But in early modern Scotland, elf shot and other terms like elf arrowhead are sometimes used of Neolithic arrowheads, apparently thought to have been made by elves. Okay. That still does not explain that painting to me. Like, this still does not necessarily make sense. Oh, this saint. Because usually when they have the halo, that means that they're a saint of some sort. So this saint has been shooting this dude. And these little gremlin things are, torturing him, pulling on his cape and stuff like that. And these other angel guys are like, hey man, what's up? At least that's how I interpret this. I don't know if that's correct or anything, but... so I'm guessing they're saying this person is causing this person pain. And these angelic people are like, dude, what the hell? And can we get closer? I don't think we can. Oh, no. It doesn't get any closer. I kind of want to envision his eyes looking up to the sky going, well, he deserved it. It's almost like that painting is supposed to be like some list of plagues descended onto this person because he was a little shit. Like words for God and men, the word elf is used in personal names. Oh, we already talked about that. Why are you listing those again? Likewise in Middle English. That does not help. Okay, this header, size, appearance, and sexuality is not helping. It's just rehashing a bunch of stuff. So they still just they're human beings. They're human-like beings that are more closely associated with nature and magic. And apparently are demons and like to get busy. Their propensity to seduce and R-word people becomes increasingly prominent in the source material. So, where was this? Middle English. The medieval chivalric romance traditions. So, elves are nasty little beings, and that's when we start getting the changelings. So, yay, medieval times. Changing things. Old Norse texts. Oh, look, there's a chart. I like charts. So this big circle is human-like. And then this is just human beings. And this is human-looking appearing gods that are supernatural. Then you got supernatural beings that are monstrous. And then monstrous gods like the giants. Oh wait, you have a headcanon. What if the Waynes made a deal with the Fae to reclaim their family's fortune, but at the cost of their firstborn son, and they tried to get out of it, and the Fae... Oh! That would be cool! That would be horrifying, and now Bruce is out trying to, like, get revenge, and he doesn't know Alfred's the Fae, making him do what he's supposed to be doing. That would be crazy. I love it. I love it. That's a freaking amazing headcanon. Someone needs to draw that. Alright, so, where were we? Old Norse. We got the dark elves and the light elves. And how the light elves the black elves, the Savleflala, which is this first one here, they seem to be the black elves. So the black elves create a new blonde hair for Thor's wife, Sif, after Loki had shorn off Sif's hair. Okay. So, black elves created Thor's wife's new hair. Apparently she couldn't grow hair. She needed a weave. She needed a wig. However, these terms are attested only in this one story and the text that it's based off of. Okay. So, these might not necessarily be true to the beliefs. They might have just been used in this guy's story. Scholars of Old Norse mythology now focus on references to elves in Old Norse poetry, in particularly the Elder Edda. The only character explicitly identified as an elf in classic Eddic poetry is Volunder, the protagonist of, oh my god, these words. However, elves are frequently mentioned in alternative phrasing, such as Erski or Afer, and its variants, blah blah blah. It's part of a poetic formula. So there's a strong tradition of associating elves with the group of gods known as the Aesir, which we should open up and look and see what those are. The Aesir are the gods of the principal pantheon of Old Norse religion and Norse mythology, the second Norse pantheon. God! And these two pantheons waged wars against each other. So, the Aesir is the original pantheon of the Old Norse gods, and then the second pantheon destroyed the first one. So basically, elves are older than the newer gods. Oh my god, etymology of this word. There's a lot there. Alright, so the intersection between the Aesir and the Vanir has provoked the amount of scholarly theory. Yes, that's what we like. The other cultures have, while other cultures have had elder and younger families of gods, as like the Titans, the old gods, versus the Olympians in Greco-Roman theology. The Aesir and Vanir are portrayed as contemporaries, okay? The two clans of gods fought battles, concluded treaties, and exchanged hostages. Oh, so they like existed at the same time. One was just slightly older than the other, maybe? So maybe it's just like two really powerful nations, like the Queen of England, King of England's family. So the royal family A and royal family B didn't like each other and sadly be one kind of thing. Maybe? That's what I'm getting out of it. Oh, they had different roles and stuff too. Given the difference between their roles and emphasis, some scholars have speculated that interactions between the two reflect the types of interactions that were occurring between social classes. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So if the Aesir were maybe like the older upper class and the Vanir represented like the middle class, it would make sense that the Vanir overcame the Aesir and kicked their butt, because whenever there's like a great upheaval, the middle class usually move into the upper class and the lower class move to middle class and the upper class is just murdered. Usually. And then you get a new lower class, like a poor class. That would make sense. And then if they just had elves as part of the upper class set of gods, those would just be like mischievous little servants. See, when you research stuff, you learn about how history worked and possibly how they understood things. And just possibly, because the things that come out of my head aren't necessarily how they actually happen. This just is how I'm interpreting the information with my catalog of history, understanding, lots of books, and just my interpretation of the words. It does not mean that I'm interpreting them correctly. But it is interesting. Well, apparently Freyr was associated with elves particularly. And she was given an item that translates to Elf World. Yeah. Okay, so going back to the Aesir and Vanir, they may have been the same group of people, just two different words referring to them, or two different types of people referring to them, but apparently that's not necessarily fully well accepted. Which, again, it could be. If they were contemporaries, they could just be two different types of people using different language to represent the same thing. That could be interesting, too. Alright, let's... Okay, we bookmarked this page. Let's... Ah, but they spelt it differently. So... Yes, I would usually say it that way, but I was saying it how it was indicated to say it in here. So, again, different ways of pronouncing stuff. And now I've lost it. I scrolled past it. Where'd it go? Da, 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 da. Right? Freya, sometimes anglicized as Frey, is a widely attested god in Norse. Yeah, so they spell it differently, and there was a pronunciation guide somewhere. We're not gonna disambiguate that. Oh my god. Oh, there's a castle named after him. Oh, it literally just means Lord. That's hilarious. God of fertility. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay. Oh, I was like, so. Yes, you are. You are. All right, we're gonna try to find a different source. About. Where do we want to go? Germanic elves? Let's look up Germanic elves. We don't want Wikipedia this time. Mythos fandom. Let's see what they have to say. Some of these fandom sites have the craziest stuff. Like, I went to a fandom site for the vampire stuff, and it was all kinds of weird. Alright, so we're on Myths and Folklore Wiki, a fan site. And we're just going to scroll through it really fast, because I have a feeling it's going to be very similar to the wiki, with the Wikipedia thing. Humanoid beings which originated, they are commonly depicted in one of two different forms. Small nature spirits affiliated with fairies that are kind, usually found in Celtic mythology. Was it spicy? It was weird. Like, they broke things down in a way that didn't make sense, and they duplicated information quite often. And I found it really... It was a good place to start, because it made me ask some questions, and then I could go through and remove the information that didn't make any sense. Because, yeah, that happens a lot when you're doing research. It was just... Oh my god, it was weird. Let's see. A different race of humanoids are human-sized and occasionally interact with humans. They're usually kind and found in Germanic mythology. So, we have small nature spirits, or we have human beings that are just different than humans. Myths and legends. And I'm going to have a fairy month. So we will definitely go into the different types of fairies and stuff, and I'm pretty sure elves will pop up in there, because nowadays they would be considered part of that group of fairies. Let's get weird. Yeah. The vampire stuff was really weird. Like, a lot of people, especially in like the fandom type communities, they pick one thing about a legendary creature or mythological creature, such as Sasquatch. There was some weird Sasquatch stuff that I definitely did not touch on. But there's some really weird vampire stuff, and I know there's really weird werewolf stuff. And it's like the communities will latch onto one thing about the being. And for vampires, they'll latch on to their immortality and what that could mean, or they'll latch onto the blood aspect and whatever that could mean, and they just spin things, just spin it out of control, and they go to some crazy places because it's an art form. I will definitely say that it's an art form to derive stuff from this one aspect of a creature. And yeah, there were some websites that definitely took the whole succubus vampire relationship too far. And so all their definitions of a vampire were relating to how they absorbed energy, so not specifically blood drinking, but through other actions. And like that was the whole website. Was there are these kinds of vampires, and they would only focus on the ones that were pulling energy from people, not specifically blood. And I apologize, I forgot my microphone was like so far away. I should put it back on. Yeah, it's interesting, and I have a feeling that there's going to be fairy stuff that's like that. I already know there's fairy stuff like that. I've read my fair share of smut. Have I talked at you incessantly about What We Do in the Shadows? I love that show. I have not seen the second season yet because it is on a service that I do not have access to currently. But I really liked the show. I thought it was hilarious and a lot of fun. And I look forward to looking at it through less than honest sources. Or less than authorized sources. Yeah. But, succubi, meaning the Latin is to lie beneath. Yeah. And the werewolf stuff, I've read some werewolf smut, and I don't like it, but they're on season 4. Holy smokes. I did not know that. Dang. We might have to, I might have to do like, yeah, we might have to do that. Just so I can get caught up. I did not realize they were on season 4. I thought they were like on season 3 because the space in between the first and second season was a lot. It does. But if you're going with the mythologic thing behind it, incubi is male and succubi is female, which just blows my mind too. Brunhilde might allow me to watch What We Do in the Shadows because it's such a fun show. It's so silly. I love it. It's entertaining. But I totally got distracted. Oh my gosh. So there will be a fairy month, and I know elves will be in that. And hopefully we won't just have a lot of websites where it's just like fairies doing naughty things, because fairy smut exists, elf smut exists, vampire smut exists, werewolf smut exists. If it's a thing, smut exists of it, because the internet is for porn, right? Yeah, they're on season 4 of What We Do in the Shadows. That blows my mind. And I just have to remember that like this last 2.5, 3 years didn't like it doesn't compute in my brain that they happened, because like most of us were like stuck at home and didn't do a whole lot of interesting things or anything to mark the time. And so, yeah, okay, it's yes. Rule 34 of the internet. Yes. What does this person say? Okay, myth and legend. Over time in the word elf, as well as the literary term fairy, evolved into general denotation of very nature spirits like puck, hobgoblins, the Scottish and Scots brownie, the Northumbrian English hob, and so forth. Season 4 aired last summer, so they should be on season 5 then. Oh my god. It is challenging to keep up with everything, especially if you have like a life and you're doing stuff and all these other things are coming at you. Abilities. They have been portrayed to be long-lived or immortal and have magical powers. Magic. Especially powers related to nature. Nature magic. Elves are often pictured as youthful-seeming men and women of great beauty living in the forest. They're hippies in other natural places, underground or in springs and wells. Elves have many forms. Some are tiny, some are tall, and female elves are often seem human, but some say they are empty from the back like a hollow tree. That's crazy. You're working your way through the Winchesters. Gosh. There's so much stuff out there. I just picked up on Netflix. I started watching season 2 of Ways of the House Husband because it's freaking hilarious. It's about a gangster that gets married and becomes a house husband because his wife makes enough money to support the whole family. And is just hilarious to watch how this Yakuza interprets things or how he does things. It's just, oh my God. It's hilarious. It is so stupid. It's hilarious. I love it. You know, you can't take the Yakuza out of the house husband, but you can take the house husband out of the Yakuza. It's hilarious. Oh my gosh. Okay. Elves are often pictured as useful. They have many forms, just like human beings. The relation to the beauty of the Norse elves, some Old English words such as elfseen, elf beautiful. These indicate that there are some similarities, specifically in regards to beauty, between the Norse and Old English elf mythology. Well, because they all derived from the Norse mythology. This is the downside of some of the fan sites, is like they don't necessarily dig a little bit. They just need to dig a little bit further and find out that these two types of elves are actually the same type of elf. But, you know, elf B is actually the older of the two stories, and that's how they get derived. In English mythology, elves are first thought of as ambivalent, beautiful beings with magical powers, frequently making an appearance in ballads. And you get to go to Elfland. English folktales of modern period commonly portray elves of small and elusive people with mischievous personalities, which is where you get into the fairy things. They're often portrayed as children with distinctly different facial characteristics, which such as associated with Williams syndrome and fair hair. So elves are blonde and look like kids. I don't know if I like that. And that's probably where the Christmas elves, Santa's elves, come from, because they're usually depicted as youngish people with fair hair. They're not evil. They annoy people or interfere with human affairs, sometimes said to be invisible. Woo! In this tradition, elves became similar to the concept of fairies. Yeah. Harmful elves. So the elves can be considered to be beautiful and potentially helpful beings in some sections of English-speaking society through history. Later Old English folklore attests to align themselves with demons, which is when the Catholic Church started kind of doing their little smoosh the two things together. And see, they've got, their etymology is slightly different than Wikipedia's, and on all honesty, I would go with Wikipedia's because they have sources. Origins, the English word for elf is from Old English elf, and compounded as elfald, which is nightmare, or whatever that is for hiccup. Afflictions apparently thought to be caused by elves. Okay. The word elf may be imply a variant of the word elf, presumably referring to a changeling or to someone stupefied by elvish enchantment. Your mental capabilities are caused by elves. Elf shots were considered to be the arrowheads of elves and witches, and also meant a sharp pain possibly caused by elves. They were considered to have healing powers, and later stones turned out to be No, that's all not right. So they're saying that elf shot, the stone arrowheads that appeared to be more natural occurring, were considered to have healing powers. That doesn't sound right. I think that is incorrect. That's the other thing about going to fan sites, is sometimes people, again, they didn't interpret the information the same way I would have interpreted it, and they might have needed to do a little bit more research, I think. The earliest preserved depictions of elves come from Norse mythology, where they're known as Alfar. They are commonly described as semi-divine beings associated with fertility, which would lead towards the nature thing, and the cult of the ancestors. Just like ghosts, the elves are not bound by physical laws and could pass through walls and doors, which is where you get like the house fairies and stuff like that. In addition to this, Cormac's saga accounts for how a sacrifice to elves was apparently believed to heal a severe battle wound. Okay. Despite their ethereal nature, according to Norse mythology, it was possible to marry and have children with them and between different races. Hogni and Skuld are such beings. These half-elves were found in, oh my god, and the Saga of Thorstein. Basically, honestly, right now, if the word looks like it's like 3 syllables or longer, it's like my brain is like, we cannot compute. The Viking son tells the line of logical kings who ruled over Alfheim, and since they had elven blood, they're said to be more beautiful than most men. I think a lot of fairy tales or mythology have that, like where if you're descended from a god or a demigod, you're just super hot. And it kind of sounds like elves are a type of demigod in Norse mythology. And like some variations of angels, you can get with them and have kids. Men could be elevated to the rank of elves after death. Okay, that's weird. Such as King Olaf Geirstad elf, the smith hero Volundr is okay. So Volundr is part of the Wayland the Smith's story, and that's why he's associated with elves, because he became the ruler of the elves in the poem blah, 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 blah. Okay, that makes sense now. I wish Wikipedia explained that better. I could have also just glossed over it. I wasn't reading word for word. In Norse mythology, 2 kinds of distinctions between elves exist. There's the elves, light elves and dark elves. Snorri in the prose whatever said that light elves live in elf heaven and dark elves live underground. And the underground elves are where you start getting the dwarves. So light elves lives in the forest, dark elves live underground. Hey, look at that. It tells us light elves. Light elves were beautiful creatures and be considered the guardian angels and the Vanir god Freyr. So this is not Freya. This is like a different god. Was the ruler of Alfheimer and some of the light elves. In the terms of hierarchy, light elves were minor gods of nature and fertility, which could help or hinder humans with their knowledge. Dark elves. The obscure counterpart, because everything's got the duality, right? Dark and light. So a lot of old gods would do good things and bad things because you had to have the duality or it couldn't function properly. I think this would be one of the first instances where a light being was separated from their dark aspects. Like, again, most gods are like, Kali is the goddess of death and destruction, but she's also the goddess of rebirth and stuff, and knowledge and things. And even just, Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty and stuff like that, but she's also like got some dark stuff going on there. So between the obscure counterpart of the light elves, the dark elves reside in... Yes. The dark elves hate the sun and its light because if they were to touch or exposed it, they would immediately turn to stone. Woo! Trolls. They used to annoy and threaten humans to the point that nightmares were thought to be produced by dark elves. These dark elves are called mares. A mare would sit on a sleeping person's chest and whisper bad things. Yeah, that's a demon. They would also haunt horses. Yeah, that's what a horse needs. Poor thing. So this little section between the light elves and dark elves, this was part of the history of elves that is not really taken seriously among elf scholars. That's weird to think that that's a thing. Because it was only written about in the one text, and that text was like a fairy tale. Like, it was a story. It was like actually a story. So it's not canon. This section is not canon. It's nice that they put it in there, though, and like showed it a little bit. So in Scandinavia, you've got the hidden folk. You've got, in Norway and Sweden, you have the Huldra, which are similar to succubus, again, demons. In Denmark, there are two kinds, the mist elves and the succubus elves. Mist elves are known to enjoy dancing, and if a man or woman falls for their charm, the human will dance with them until they die from exhaustion. Fun times, making them a more sinister version of elves. I don't know if that sounds more sinister. I could totally see people thinking shapes in the fog or the mist were elves and then just going to dance with them and passing out because of hypothermia or something like that. I think it more shows that humans are stupid, lack good judgment. The elves also play roles to protect children because most of their playful demeanor towards them. So elves like kids. I think it's kind of common knowledge in the elf sphere. This elf, so this is exemplified by the Carif and Andraras? No. Andrahas? Originating in Gotland, Sweden. This elvish being would bring warm and safe winter nights to children if they left a small wooden horse outside their window the night of winter solstice. The tradition later changed into the children being rewarded with chocolate and treats if they obeyed their parents. Hey, it's Christmas! The origins of Christmas, right there. Leave something outside for the elf, and the elf will come and take care of you. So, according to German and Danish folklore, the elf king often appears as an omen of death. I have heard that before, and the German white women are elf-like spirits that may be derived from legends of light elves. So that kind of sounds more like, it almost sounds like a banshee. It's interesting, like, again, all these things are like intertwined. It's just different groups of people, different tribes, different societal structures interpreting things that happen to them slightly differently. Like, they're close enough. Some of these stories are close enough to spirits and ghost sightings and, demons and things like that. But a society has interpreted those stories differently, and they mean different things to them. So you've got the white woman are elf spirits that may be derived from legends of light elves. And we've kind of gone over the etymology of the word elf, which is like of whiteness, like the concept of white. Yeah, exactly. The angel of death could be an elf. I would have no problems with that. In Christian folklore, the Elber began to be described as mischievous pranksters that cause disease. We kind of went over that already, too. There's 3 different ways that Christianity dealt with the folklore of elves. It dismissed it completely, turned them into demons, or kind of turned them into a little bit more of an angelic thing. Druid is a generic term for nocturnal beings, especially demonic elves like the Alpin and Mares, who were related, yes. And then it goes into Tolkien, which I don't really want to touch. We all kind of are familiar with Christian elves. This page uses content from Wikipedia. No way. All right, I'm going to bookmark that because it did give me some better understanding of the Norse mythology, and sometimes that's helpful. And that's one of the reasons why you go to fan sites. It's because sometimes, again, they understand things differently than you. Ooh, what's Encyclopedia Britannica have to say about elves? We're going to bookmark this page too. Done. Elf. Plural elves in Germanic folklore. Originally a spirit of any kind. Okay. So, Britannica is basically saying that they're spirits. They're ghosts. Not specifically nature spirits. Later specialized into a diminutive creature, usually tiny human form. In the prose or younger Edda, elves were classified as light elves who were fairer and dark elves who were darker. Again, we kind of talked about that a little bit, whereas it really only happens in that one poem, and they're pretty sure that that's like an obvious fairy tale. It's an obvious story, not canon. These classifications are roughly equivalent to the Scottish Seelie, yes, the Seelie and Unseelie court. You see a lot of Rule 34 stories about the high elves or the light elves and the dark elves, the misshapen, misbegotten elves, the elves. It's more like royal elves and not royal elves. It's kind of how I understand it more. Is these guys are all bright and shiny and happy, and everybody likes them because they shine, radiate goodness and stuff like that, but they're not necessarily good because, yes, kinky. They're not necessarily the nicest people. Again, think politicians, right? Or like the royal family. I think that's kind of where it came from, is like the royal family. You want to aspire to be these people because they appear to be doing wonderful, glorious, good things, but behind the shadows, they're little shits, and they're not doing nice things. And then the Unseelie court are like the drudges of society that nobody likes because they don't look nice, like they don't physically appear nice. But they may be the nicest people you ever meet. And I think this, specifically the Scottish Seelie and Unseelie, is more like the duality of humanity. You might see a very attractive person and automatically think that they're nice people when they're obviously not. Whereas the person that is physically unattractive conventionally is honestly the nicest person. Look at that. Understanding the human condition through fictional creatures. The notable characteristics of elves were mischief and volatility. They were believed in various times and in various regions to have caused diseases in humans and cattle. We've got the nightmare thing, and then to steal human children and substituting changelings, deformed or weak elf or fairy children. Yep. In the British Isles, flint implements called elf bolts, elf arrows, or elf shot. We kind of talked about that already too. Elves are occasionally also benevolent and helpful. In the second edition of Encyclopedia Britannica, which is published in 1777 and 1784, calls the word elf obsolete, but reports that belief in such creatures still subsists in many parts of our own countries. That's cool. I like that the Encyclopedia Britannica is referring to a much, much, much earlier edition of itself. In the Highlands of Scotland, and newborn children are watched till the christening is over, lest they be stolen or changed into these fantastical existences. Oh, okay. So this might be a little bit of a stretch, but This kind of phrasing makes me think of the anti-vax community demonizing vaccines for causing significant changes in their kids. It used to be fairies and elves and stuff like that. Like, if before your kid was sworn into God, before your kid was Christian, they would, yeah. I have not gone down a rabbit hole. This is what Britannica is saying. I did go down a rabbit hole, but we're back on track, kind of. So, just in the Highlands of Scotland, and this is something I think most people know if they've ever done any elf research, the Highlands of Scotland newborn children are watched till their christening is over, lest they be stolen or changed to some phantasmical existence. And basically, after the kid's Christian, it's almost like they think their personality is set or something like that, or like their being is set. And that, again, kind of, I find analogous to what the anti-vax community is like. You know, your kids start getting vaccinated literally the second they're born, right? They get a bunch of shots, and a lot of people think that the vaccines are what causes these changes in personality or changes in physical capabilities. We used to think that there is evidence that we thought that these changes were caused by fairies. And nowadays we're saying they're caused by vaccines. Yes, Rage, yes, the soul is safe because the Lord is with them. But now, again, I don't know. I just see the similarity between the anti-vax community and these people from a very long time ago. Okay, now we go over to Puck, who is, look at that. In Old and Middle English, the word simply meant demon. That's that would be my interpretation, and it just kind of shows that humanity as a thing has not really matured past our beliefs from when we were, you know, worshiping elves and things as gods. We've just changed what we're blaming for problems that we don't understand. Hey, Puck is a demon. Look at that. Then we got fairy. We don't need that right now. We're gonna have a fairy month. Well, that was actually useful. It was an interesting side tangent. And I'm going to have to go get more water because I drank all my water. But let's find another website. Okay, Britannica, can we leave you? Maybe you'll join for the Fae month. That sounds fun. The Fae month is going to be weird, I think. Whoops, too far. Mythical Creatures Guide. Ooh, let's check that out. Oh, I got a lot of vampire knowledge from this website. So, or from a similar website. All right, I'm going to take another quick break and get myself more water so I don't dehydrate, and I'll be right back. And we're back, and I remembered to put my microphone back on my shirt. And we're going to go with the Mythological Creatures Guide, Elves. Some of them I like, some of these fan sites I like because they treat it like it's real. Like, these are real things, and sometimes you get a better insight onto, maybe not an insight, but better understanding of what possibly these things could have actually been. Okay, so 3 different eras, elves are being seen in different shapes and sizes. One of the most common sorts of elves that most of the 21st century have grown up as elves which live with Santa Claus. Hi, Santa's helpers. When we grow a little older, we meet the elves of the Tolkien, and those pretty faces living underground are what you call high elves. Yes. It's a mythical creature of the Germanic mythology / paganism, which still survives in Northern European folklore. Yay, folklore. In Norse mythology, they were originally a race of minor gods of nature and fertility. Sweet. It's also nice when you've been reading stuff and you find a website that kind of understands things the same way you do. Gives you that little pat on your back, like, hey, I understand things the way that most people understand things. Elves are often pictured as youthful-seeming men and women of great beauty living in forests and other natural places, underground or in wells and springs. That, I think, is like a verbatim sentence from one of the other sites we've looked at. They've been portrayed to be long-lived or immortal, and they have magical powers. Magic! Following the success of Tolkien's epic work, The Lord of the Rings. See, we can't really trust this site because they forgot to put a space. But again, it's a fan site, so it's one of those, take everything. You want magic? Magic! Yeah, I want magic too. I also want aliens. Or is it aliens? I think it's aliens. I'll have to do an alien month. I don't know if alien month was on my list. But we should do an alien month too. Elves are, okay, where were we? Wherein wise, angelic people named elves play a significant role. +1 for aliens. Let me open my folder and see what I got. All right, up. All right, so I've got Sasquatch, which we did, vampires, which we did, elves, which we're working on, werewolves, which we're working on next month, lake monsters, which could be fun, mummy curses, I think, which could also be fun. Oh yeah, I totally could. Then we got fae, which will be all the fairies and stuff like that. And then we have spirits, which will be all the ghosty things. Angels / demons, because that's going to be an interesting one. Wizards and witches, because personally in my brain I kind of lumped them together. And then dragons. And Christmas myths is what I've got so far. They are all great because my Twitch community helped me pick them. I did fight on the lake monsters a little bit, but I think that one will be really interesting. You're making you want to go back to your Patreon exclusive mythic art. Yes, if you want to, maybe next year. Nothing saying you have to do it now. And so I picked 12 things, but I don't think that the way this year is going that I'll be able to get all 12. I'm thinking I'll probably be able to get like 8 done this year. Giants will be a good one. So basically what I'm going to do is at the end of 2023, I will make a new set of folders for 2024. And we'll basically start all over again. But I definitely want to do giants. I want to do modern myths as one. So a lot of the modern things that aren't going to take like a full week or 2 weeks to draw out. So Mothman, Chupacabra, Jackalope, those little things. There's the mythology behind them isn't super big. So I'll have some of those in there. That's kind of why like Christmas myths are in there. It's because there's just a bunch of random Christmas myths that are not necessarily super deep. But lake monsters I think will be a fun one just because. Yes. Well, Ogopogo is a lake monster, so he's going to be in Lake Monster Month, or it will be in Lake Monster Month. Yeah, the Jersey Devil. There's some types of Sasquatches that are really not Sasquatches that can go into little Monster Month. But I think I got some really good ones for this year. So we're gonna try and figure out what those can be. Oh. See, and now Morbid's messaging me. Oh, cool. Here are elves for her Encyclopedia of Magical Creatures. We'll have to definitely... Well, let's see what that says. It's on my phone, so I can't share the screen. In the 20th century, due in part to... Stop moving around. Hollywood's account of Santa's elves running workshops in the North Pole. The elf has become associated with diminutive creatures. Yes. Yet the old traditions portray elves as very different. I agree with that. Teutonic and Scandinavian is very tall, extremely beautiful, and very powerful. Tolkien, in his Lord of the Rings trilogy, did something to set the record straight, although he borrowed aspects from a number of creatures. Yes. So Tolkien borrowed aspects from a number of cultures to create the almost angelic elves who appear in his books. Shakespeare also perceived elves as human-like in appearance, as well as we may see from the description of the beautiful Oberon and Titania in A Midsummer's Night Dream. But Shakespeare, who knew a great deal about English folklore and traditions, made their fairy subjects diminutive, thus combining two stands of beliefs. And that's definitely something that you'll see more when we talk about Fairy Month, is the fairy leaders are more human-looking in size and structure and whatnot, and all of their subjects are fairies. So that's definitely something I know we'll cover when we get to Fairy Month, Fae Month. A person might be said to have elfin beauty when they possess fine bones, light and silken hair, and large eye. Hey, look. Stuff that we've covered already. Look at that. It is reassuring when you start researching things and you can find more than one source, like 3 or 4 sources that kind of say the same things. Okay, and then we get back into the etymology of it. In more recent times, there has been a general demutation of the elves in Scandinavia. They have become associated with the Hulder, a small race more with kinship to dwarves and brownies, which we kind of talked about already. They have also acquired the tradition of being mischievous and spiteful. I don't think that ever went away. I just think it wasn't as common in the German stories as it is in like the Scottish and Irish stories. The light elves and dark elves, which possess attributes one would expect from their names. In German mythology, the forest elves are called Skrat, while Danish folklore has the Elden or Elefolk, who have an unfriendly relationship with humanity. Heck yeah! Well, thank you, Morbid, for that wonderful sidetrack. It was very helpful. And again, it makes me feel happy that, you know, the stuff that we're researching on the internet has actually made it into print. I don't know how that legitimizes things, but it kind of does. Okay, let's get back to this one. Okay, we've got elf, Lord of the Rings thing there. Okay. Something associated with elves or the quantities of elves are described by the adjectives elven, elfish, elfin, elfish. Convention of modern fantasy usage is the Vian elven or elfish refers to human-sized elves. Okay. Okay, so if you have an elven thing with a V, it's a human-sized thing, and they're more closely corresponded to the mythology of the Viking era, whereas elfin with an F or elfish refers to tiny things. So if you've got a V in your word, if you're reading a fantasy book and there's a V, they're more human, and if it's an F, they're tiny. That was helpful, actually, because that's cool. I never would have recognized that. It's one of those kind of common sense things. Back Grimm made me pay tribute with belly rubs. Oh my god. Yes, you must. You always must pay those tolls. You always must. Our kitten Minerva has developed a new tactic for getting hugs. She will stare at me, do the wiggle butt thing to gauge the jump, and then she will flying leap onto me, aiming for my lower chest area, my stomach area, with her claws outstretched to grab onto my hoodie. She has not figured out that a hoodie is not my natural skin, and she cannot differentiate between a hoodie and a t-shirt and my actual skin. She is bold, if nothing else. Yes, she is crazy. When she wants attention, she will get attention, whether you're climbing up the stairs or standing in front of your bed getting dressed. She's bananas. What are you doing, phone? Yeah, yes, I have some new puncture wounds on my stomach from the cat this morning. Oh, we have a section called Elves, the Real Facts by Xenon Zero. Elves have many forms. Some are tiny, some are tall, and female elves are often seen as humanish, and some... Yeah, it hurt. It hurts so bad. But she will learn, because there will be one day where I just, like, in self-defense, knock her out of the sky. There are supernatural beings in Germanic mythology and folklore. Elves were first attested in Old English and Old Norse texts that are prominent in British and Scandinavian folklore. Yes, but the wording's backwards, because the Old Norse are older than the Old English. Elves were first thought of ambivalent beings with magical powers, but later they became more and more sinister because humans are afraid of things that they don't understand and make them evil. Not that I'm trying to say that you guys should feel that way too. Harming humans and livestock in various ways. In early modern folklore, they were connected with fairies, and not really. That's kind of always been that way. It's just, oh, am I having issues? My phone's having issues. Phone, why are you having issues? Stream seems to be okay. We're just going to press on. I got the little flash on my screen saying network disconnected. But everything seems to be oh, what? My stream is not offline. Is my stream offline? It doesn't look like I'm offline. Is my phone just doing something special? I've got the excellent there. I've got the excellent there. I think it's just my phone. I think it's just my phone having a moment. It's my phone having a moment. Oh, yeah, because my music stopped playing too. You know what? Clear all. We'll just close everything on my phone. Why? My phone is having a moment. You know what? We're just going to go without... The music's really low. Usually you can only hear it when I go to the break screens because I keep it pretty low. And it's, what am I listening to? We're listening to some lo-fi. Oh, and it's on a very quiet part of this lo-fi song. And now I've forgotten where I was. Right, okay. The facts. The facts are like cut and paste from another article we've already read. You didn't hear it here. Yeah. I keep the background music fairly low most of the time. That way, if you guys are working and lurking, you're not going to be distracted by whatever music I've got going on. You can listen to your own music. Okay. And then it talks about the etymology, which Wikipedia had a way better etymology thing. Elfin is a loan from English. No, it's not. Jacob Grimm, one of the Grimm brothers, discusses Waits and elves in the work Tectonic Mythology, grouping the elven as divine or supernatural class of being, because that's where it's from in the Norse. He states, according to the Old Norse mythology, there are 3 kinds. Okay. This though, the Alfair is part of the Aesir, according to the other site that we looked at. So maybe there's some more research to be done on that. And then you got the Snorri prose again. And then Grimm going to dark elves and light elves. Old Norse. The earliest preserved depiction of elves comes from the Norse mythology. In Old Norse, they are called Afar. Men could be elevated to the ranks of elves after death, which we've already read. The rulers of Elven in the poem with Ow, blah, 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 blah. Crossbreeding is possible. We've already talked about that. I'm kind of surprised that one of the first links is not some crazy smutty thing just focusing on the crossbreeding with elves. I really am surprised. Truly, truly am. In addition to human aspects, they are commonly described as semi-divine beings associated with fertility. So they're basically, after all of this and just parsing it through my brain, elves at their core are fertility gods of a sort. Just like Goths, elves were not bound by physical laws and capacity walls. I literally think we'd read this word for word from somewhere else. Okay, Old English. The words for nymphs from the Greek and Roman mythology were translated by Anglo-Saxon scholars as elf and variations of it. That makes sense, which may point out to the origin of English elves. So, wood nymphs and water nymphs and the dryads and stuff like that from Greco-Roman mythology could have been translated to make their way up into the English and Norse gods, demigods. I could see that happening. I could. They would have been around the same time. And now I'm missing my earbud. Phone, are you okay? Oh, it finally... Ha! Okay. Let's get the earbud out. I'm missing the weird music that I usually play in the back of my head. Keeps me from overthinking things. Yeah, it was a Daft Punk song too. Awesome. And now I can pull up my chat and it'll be closer to being in... Oh, shoot. I just closed my music. Why did I do that? For some reason, the chat on my phone is faster than the chat on my computer. So, Usually I see things on my phone before they show up on my computer. It's so strange. Da, da, da. Do, 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 do. Okay. Although elves could be considered beautiful and potentially helpful beings in some sects of English, I just realized you forgot to make progress pics of your work today before working on it. Okay, but they've got that little audio clip now of, you know, I'm going to film the whole thing and then, you know, oh, so that could be your thing. You got a clip of the first bit and then you just reveal to the final thing. Okay, in relation to the beauty of the Norse elves, the Old English words such as elf beautiful, these facts state that these elves are similar to the Norse ones. They're the same because they're derived from the Norse stories. Enjoy your lurk. All right, let's go down to German. In Christian folklore, the Elber began to be described as mischievous pranksters that could cause, yes, we are okay. The German word for nightmare, yeah. Alpatron means elf dream, an archaic form of Aldruk means elf pressure. It's believed that nightmares are results from an elf sitting on the dreamer's chest, which again is derived from the succubus, which is a demon, and it's been a demon for a very long time. So again, one culture understanding something differently from a different culture, even if they existed at the same time or came after. In modern folklore. Danish lore. Okay, in Danish folklore, elves are of different kinds, but the most common is the mist elf, which we already read about. Do, 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 do. There are only a few places. Oh. The Danish version of a Huldra is missing their hollow back and cow tail, which is due to the different forms and tails which have been told in the inns. Okay, there's only a few places in that where you can hear about the hollow back of elves, which is often being told with the fact that they are lustful and out for men. So, back in Vampire Month, there was a story about some huntsmen going out in the woods hunting, and there were some beautiful ladies in a little tent, and they were singing and dancing and stuff like that, and several of the hunters got pulled into their embrace and were eaten, vampire style, and of course the storyteller was able to get away, but as he was escaping he realized they had cow hoofs for legs, like the lower part of their legs were cow legs. So I can see where these two stories kind of came from the same place. And I can kind of see where they're talking about they have a hollow back, like they're just the tree bark and the core of them is missing. I can kind of see where that would come from, like the Greco-Roman dryads and nymphs and stuff like that. So this is kind of interesting to see where these kind of connect and are very similar. But again, the society and the culture just went off in a completely different direction. All right. Okay, so in most of the Danish lore, the elves were only out for dancing and having fun times. I think one of the books I read called it sport. Any elf who lost their tail and hollow back would often dance a rune dance, and in the mornings he would appear would be a witch's circle, also known as a druid circle, also known as a fairy circle. Elven girls would often live in moss-affected areas or in the forest closer to swamps with the king. They would be seen as pale, beautiful women wearing white dresses and having light blonde hair, and they would often dance on top of burial mound early in the mornings when the mist was thick. If a human saw them dance, he'd be hypnotized. Oh, if a human man saw them dance, he'd be hypnotized and join them. Often the elven girl would dance him to death as time slowed when he's dancing with them. Yes, I've heard that. For the man would have only been gone for a few hours, while back in the natural world, years or even decades could have gone by. If the elf had decided to kidnap a human, they'd use them for fun times, and those who had fun times with elves would often become mentally insane or die. People in Danish households often explain the more time you spent with elven people, the worse it would get you. Yes, I can kind of see that. And it's also elf-struck or fae-struck, kind of a similar term. Means the same thing. And this is stuff, again, because elves and fairies are very closely related now. We'll probably cover a lot of this stuff again during Fairy Month. Oh, 24-hour Fitness wants me to go to the gym, even though it's not a gym day today. The Mist Elves in Danish lore is really limited, but they also like dancing, and when a man or a woman falls to their charms, they will dance and die from exhaustion. They are more gruesome versions of elves. Again, I don't know about gruesome. It just sounds like they might be a little bit more aligned with the dark elves or the unseelie elves. Okay, so we've got Norway. They have the Huldras, which are seen as beautiful women who lure human men into marrying them, and then they lose their hollow back and tail. So if a Huldras marries a dude, they kind of turn into humans. It is said that if her fiancé sees her back before marriage, he will see her for what she truly is, ugly, and refuse to marry her. She will kill him. Lovely. But if he does marry her, she will turn human, but she'll kill him anyways. Wow. Darned if you do and damned if you don't. Well, that just means you can't rescue. Yeah, you just can't rescue. There's not much for him to be rescued from. He can't be rescued. Okay, so keep an eye out for Huldras, and if you're the fiance, don't discover it. Have somebody else discover it. Swedish elves are very similar to the Danish or Norwegian elves. Well, they're from the same part of the country. So due to the fact that it's just in between, no way. They have Huldras and the Danish elves. There's so much to say about them besides their mix of Danish and Norwegian elves. What? I like that this one's broke it down by like region. Icelandic, the expression of belief is Huldufolk, hidden folk. The elves that dwell in rock formations is common in Iceland. If the natives do not explicitly express their belief, they are often reluctant to express disbelief. In 2006 and 2007, a study on superstition by the University of Iceland's Faculty of Social Sciences, supervised by Terry Gunnell, revealed that natives would not rule out the existence of elves and ghosts. I am kind of on there with that, especially in that area when so much of it's not really been inhabited. According to German and Danish folklore, the Earl King, the Elf King, appears as an omen of death, which we covered already, much like the Banshee in Irish mythology. Unlike the Banshee, however, the Elf King will only appear to the person who's about to die. His form and expression also tell the person that sort of death they will have. A pained expression means a painful death. A peaceful expression means a peaceful death. Wow. Go Elf King. And the first story of the Brothers Grimm fairy tale, oh my god, I wish they had done an English translation of that. It's the something. The title protagonists are two naked mannequins, which help a shoemaker in his work. When he rewards their work with clothes, they are delighted. Oh, okay. This is the elves and the woodcutter? No, the elves and the shoemaker. Yeah, so mannequin meaning elf. I think we would associate them with more with like a brownie, like a house elf or house brownie now. Help the shoemaker with his work, and he rewards their work with little clothes, and they are delighted, and they run away, and they're never seen again. Even though they are akin to beings such as kobold, dwarves, and brownies, haha, yay me, the tale has been translated to English as The Elves and the Shoemaker, and is echoed in Harry Potter stories, another partly incorrect reuse. Variations of the German elf folklore include moss people and white women. And on the latter, Jacob Grimm does not make the direct association to elves, but rather researchers see a possible connection to the shiny light elves of Old Norse. But if we go back to the etymology, the shining light was not shining, it was matte white. So maybe there's another lore that I glossed over or something like that. This is still interesting. Wow. The elves make an appearance in lots of ballads and Scottish origin, as well as folk tales, many involving trips to Elfland, a mystical realm which is sometimes an eerie and unpleasant place. The Irish and Scottish folklore are where we get, like, they don't like iron and stuff like that. That's not a key part of any other folklore, from what I understand. It is strictly like the Irish-Scottish area. The British Isles. The Emerald Isles. The Elfin Association portrayed in a positive light, but many examples exist of elves of sinister character, yes. Frequently bent on the naughties and murder. In one case, the elf is a sprightly character with pixie-like qualities that... Sprightly is also a type... A sprite is a type of fairy spirit type thing, and pixie is type of spirit thing. So you're basically... And those are all kind of related to elves. So you're using the word... You're using elf characteristics to describe an elf. That's annoying. Darn research. Now we know things. English folktales of modern period commonly portray elves as small, elusive people with mischievous qualities, i.e. leprechauns, which would be considered more fey in our understanding. They are often portrayed as children with Williams syndrome, which is not recognized as a medical condition, but some specialists believe that people are enchanted with their character and appearance that they might believe to be magical. Holy smokes. Usually with fair hair. What is Williams syndrome? This is like the 4th place it's mentioned it, so let's... Williams... Williams syndrome is a rare genetic order. People with... That doesn't... Health.gov. Okay. We need images, I think. So, Williams syndrome. Large ears, full cheeks. Okay, can you guys... Thank you. Small jaw. Upturned nose. I have an upturned nose. I don't really have a wide mouth. Oh, folds around the eyes, upturned nose. Mine's upturned from allergies. Wide mouth, small teeth, small jaw, full cheeks, large ears. Okay. So their lower face develops less than the upper face. It's kind of what I'm getting is like the primary characteristics, which we would kind of associate with looking like a child. Okay. Here we go. Where were we? Usually with fair hair. Okay, they're not evil, but annoy humans and interfere with your affairs. They're sometimes said to be invisible. This seems like basically what we read from the previous website. Christmas elves, we don't care. Modern fantasy, we are fine with that. I'm going to bookmark this because it did have some information that was new. Genealogically, a Vanir and the elves. Yes. Germanic mythology knows about three divine races. Holy freaking words. The Asir, the Vanir, and the Alfar, or elves. The origins of the Vanir and the Alfar are shrouded in mystery. The surviving sources offer us few clues. Thus can be firmly established in this regard. All is speculation. Everything's speculation when it comes to mythology. But we do find some solid pieces of information preserved in the ancient poetry. Okay, it should not have escaped notice that the Germanic theogony, no, theogen. Oh my god, okay, words. As far as known, I'm having so much trouble pronouncing some words today. Like, I can hear it in my brain how it's supposed to be pronounced, it just don't want to come out my mouth. As far as it is known, mentions only have two progenitors of all the mythological races. Ymir and Buri. From Ymir developed two very different races of giants, the offspring of his arms and that of his feet. I have not read this mythology, and that kind of astounds me. Okay. Oh, from Ymir. Okay, so Ymir is a giant. He is a giant, and his offsprings come from his arms, and some come from his feet. In other words, the noble races, which are the Norns, Mimir, and Bestla, belong, and the ennobled lines of Thyrsis, which begins with the six-headed. Oh my goodness, words. Okay. So I'm guessing the offspring of his arms are the ones that belong, and the offspring of his feet are the ones that don't. I'm just guessing, because generally things that are closer to the ground are considered inferior, and the things that are higher up in the sky are considered superior. In mythology stuff. The primal cow. The first animal licks a man from the ice, considered divine. His name is Buri, which means sun. Buri's breath gave birth to his son Bor, who in turn begets three sons with the giantess Bestla. Okay. So, a cow frees a dude from some ice, and he is divine, and he has kids with a giant. Oh, and it's Odin and his Bren, Vili, and Ve. According to Holy Smokes, something 6, these names of Odin's brothers are most likely based on Luxana, which calls the trio Vidir, Vili, and V, the poem known to Snorri Sturluson. Again, he just keeps crocking up. Luxana, unless Buri had more sons, the Vanir and Elf clan have no other theogonic source than that of Aesir, namely Bur. So you have two origin stories. One is you were birthed from a giant, and then the other one, a primal cow licked you from ice. And you got with a giant who already existed and started this culture of gods. And somehow elves came from that. Urologists of the Germanic mythology did not leave the origin of these clans unexplained, and they resumed the very existence of Germanic theogony. I said it right, theogony, yes! Together with the circumstances that the more thoroughly our mythology is studied, the more clearly we see this mythology is desired to answer every question. Yes, we've kind of talked about that through the whole stream. Okay, it must be added this the important observation that Vi and Vili, the brothers of Odin, were never counted among the Aesir properly and has no abodes in Asgard. Aw, you left out your brothers, Odin? What a dick move. In this manifests that Odin himself with his sons founded the Aesir race. In other words, he is the clan founder and the chieftain, and then his brothers, for whatever reason, would not be included. So Odin pissed off his younger brothers, and they don't talk anymore. There's every reason to assume that they, like him, were also clan founders. Okay, so they may have gone off and found some other god religion type things. Beside the Aesir, we find the two other races of God. This in itself makes it possible that Odin's two brothers were the progenitors of those two. So that means one of them... where did that go? So Aesir is Odin's. The Vanir could be one of the other brothers, and the Alfar could be one of the other brothers. Odin's brothers, like himself, had many names. When the something or other says Odin's in the creation of man, it was assisted by Hunnar and Lodur. So there's just a lot of names for the brothers. Okay. So they could totally be okay. The assumption was that this was the case. Simply depends on the fact that they have not been found or mentioned among the Aesir. So Odin doesn't talk about his bros. And that on our records we have not investigated with proper thoroughness that when the mythologically Seminides, have not been carefully examined, they have little to say concerning them. So basically, historians got really caught up in the story of Odin that they didn't research his siblings until fairly recently. Odin is selfish. He 100% is. Just like, Zeus and, the other primary gods. Totally selfish. Don't talk to anybody. Don't talk about anybody else. So that's interesting. Danish genealogy, Saxo included with other. Desire to go further back in the genealogy. Bookmarking this page. Save. Okay. So going back to this paragraph, Odin's brothers, like himself, had many names. When, again, that word I'm not going to even try right now. It says Odin, in his creation of man, was assisted by Hjörnir and Lodur. Hjörnir and Lodur were probably his brothers. And it's a mistake to believe that Odin's brothers were mythological ghosts without characteristics and qualities, without prominent parts in the mythological events in the creation of world and man, in which we know they took an active part. But if you were only focusing on Odin's stories, you would never really care or know about his brothers, because the people that are focusing on Odin want to focus on Odin. They don't care about the siblings. Okay, so in Danish geology, Saxos included, which desire to go back further into the geology of this, oh my god, words again, in the etymology of the race, mentioning before him a king Lothrius, which would, if we go back to the previous paragraph, is basically Loder, one of Odin's brothers. It can be demonstrated that the anthropomorphic Vanagod Heimdall was sent by Vanir as a child to the primeval Germanic century. Whew, these are, this is deep, guys. We're getting kind of deep. And a little off track. But, so I'm guessing that the Vanir is the second brother, Honor or V. Okay. So the Vanagod Heimdall was sent by Vanir as a child to, ask an envelope of the holy file, the tools, and yes, have been demonstrated that as the anthropomorphized god and first patriarch, he is identical to this Skald of the Beowulf poem, and he becomes the father as the original patriarch of Skald and grandfather Halfdan. Holy smokes. Related history goes back to more words that I cannot really pronounce out loud because my mouth is not syncing up properly with my brain. Let's go into the periods. Oh. No. So it's basically saying that Loder, one of Odin's brothers, is the creator of man, but not the same man that Odin was in charge of, because Odin had his old pantheon of gods. This Odin's brother created human beings out of driftwood. Holy smokes, that was a lot of reading to get that little bit out of it. Oh, and Loder is active in its signification. He who causes fires, who causes or produces a blaze. So Odin is got a lot of things going to him. Before he had Thor, he did the thunder and lightning and stuff too, and wisdom and all that. But his brother, Loder, is a fire god, which can be cool and also bad. That's interesting. Using the names, we can explore the mythological genealogy a bit more. That's so many letters. And then they expect us to be able to understand. So lady married the old dude who was known as this name. She was the daughter of Dragur, the son of Belingor and Sol, the daughter of whatchamacallit. Their son was Snar the Red, father of Seferi, who was the father of Ulfr, who was the father of Elfr, who was the father of Holy Smokes. This is like the begats. This section here is the begats in Norse mythology. Some might have assumed that the phrase their son refers to the son of Frefle and Snefle, but it would just be easier to easily refer to the son of Dragur and Sol in read that can be supported by an earlier passage of the same source, where we learn that Elfr and Finirfr are the same person. Oh. So this can easily be misinterpreted as saying something else, but this person and this person here at the very first word are the same people according to this paragraph. So it's a very roundabout way of saying this is what happened, but before this happened. So it's like the timeline is out of order, and this little second sentence probably should have happened first with some change of wording. But again, it's just like the languages change and how you understand the languages have changed. All right, what do we got here? So this is the paragraph that happens before this, and they're doing it too. I don't know why they couldn't just say, this is describing this person, and here's what happens afterwards, and it's all confusing if you don't read this paragraph. Okay, King Remor drank at Yule, Christmas time, with Berfurnigar, son of Pyramir, giant of Berga, and slept with his sister Bergus. She had 3 sons born, Brander and Ulfr. Ulfr was fostered by Berfurnigar, and therefore known as okay. So when he got adopted or fostered, his name was changed. Born stayed with his mother. It was known as Jutenborn. Brader went to his father Remor, and he gave Brader to the gods, and thus he was known as Gobrander. Holy smokes. Oh, and then we get to Freyhuz, J-A, not Freyr. And holy smokes. We hear the echo of the same genealogy. Okay, so these 2 clippets are from the same story, and this is from like a poem, so a different thing. In Icelandic, it's quite natural to interpret the line of that your father had a mother as your mother, not as your father's mother. Words, man. Okay, this is finally, we're halfway through this thing and we're finally getting to where elves come into play. So, Ulfin, or Elfin, however it was pronounced, Finelf, Finn, as Royberg demonstrated, is practically synonymous with elf in the opening of the Elf Prince. Holy smokes. CP verse 16, the son of the Finnish king. In historical times, the district of Finland is named Alfheim. Okay, we've gotten somewhere now. Now we can start building all these little pieces. So, the guy from up here, Alfr, who is Finelfr, is the king of the elves, basically. And he is an elf, and Finland is Alfheim. So all of the stories we hear of humans being kidnapped and taken to Elfland, they're really being taken to Finland. That's funny. Like, it's an actual country. It's an actual part of the world. And you could just be taken there. Because, you know, when your world is so small where it's like your village and maybe the neighboring village, now you want to go to Finland. I know, right? But yeah, when your world is small enough where it's just like 2 villages and you've heard of this really large village that's like 20 days travel away, but you'll never be able to get there because you can't afford to travel for 20 days. I could see where just having, like, we're going to call this place Finland because some bard said that there's a land named Finland and it sounds like elves live there and it's just going to be let's just go over there. Let's go! Yes. So, the father of elves, Finelfr, or Alfin, is, okay, the king, is the son of a Finnish king, so he is the Finnish prince, so he's an elfish prince, so he's like got elf going on a couple times in his name, poor guy. Okay, we got that. I can see that. That's, okay, that's a thing. Now, Svanhildr, swan maidens, form a part of the elven mythos. When Voland and his brothers go to exile in a winter-cold land, they are joined by a trio of swan maidens, ill at ease in their newfound home. Well, yeah, it's a winter-cold land. Which could also be Finland, especially northern Finland, because it's like up there in the north. And Gulfadur, golden feather, gold is practical synonym with red, or red gold, presumably the name for a common type of gold or copper alloy. A swan maiden named Goldfeather. Can Swan the Red be far away? So I'm guessing Swan the Red was like a mythological person, like a hero of some sort. Degur, son of Dellinger, la 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 la. Del is probably relation to Dal in the name Himdallr, especially, okay. Oh. So, Day is possibly the son of Dellinger, and if I read this right, they're saying that Dellinger is Odin's brother Loder. So it seems like Loder, the third brother, is way more popular than Himdall, the second brother, or Himor. What was the second brother's name? So you got Vili and V, and where is that other translation of the names? Hionr and Loder. So we don't know what Hionr is up to, but it seems like Odin and Loder are making the world. Holy smokes. So if Dellinger is Loder, and since Loder is, it means that Dagger and Soul are siblings. Oh, and they got married and had a kid, and somehow Dagger and Soul must beget elves, which we don't know the identities of the swan, seafarer, and wolf, but Himdall may lurk behind one or all of them. He is definitely a seafarer. He might be the wolf because his mother's being a giantess, and Grimsoul may call him. Okay. Okay, oh, we finally get the other brother. So, Odin, we're very popular. We are very knowledgeable about what Odin's and his thing are up to. And now we've got Loder, and we've got some knowledge about what Loder is doing, because he's got this whole pantheon, and he's got elves in it that are the child of siblings, yeah. So, Day, which is Dagger, and Soul, his son, got together and made elves as a people, or at least a person. Like, they had the Elf King. So, that could be interesting. And then we've got a weird change in text. Might Swan have been a sort of totem animal for Loder? Could be. Odin's other brother, Hainr, is seemed as a waning bird, a long-legged king of the marsh. And indeed, the name Hainr does suggest the male bird. Note that day and night, sun and moon are now all logical members of the same clan. Wow. So a giant... let's go back up here. We're going to try to summarize this because the genealogy of any pantheon of deities is flippin' insane. Just insane. So, we have 2 origin stories to get to Odin, Vilian Ve, which are also known as Honir and Luder. So we've got Ymir developed 2 very different races of giants. One's from his arms and one's from his feet. And the Thor and his brothers could have come from that, and everything would have gone down. And then the feet creations were like monsters. The other story is a cow licked a dude out of some ice, and he breathed breath and his son popped out, who then gets with a giant and has Odin, Vili, and V, who are doing their thing. And Vili is Loder, who has created a whole different pantheon of beings that include elves from some of his children somehow. Holy smokes. And then the one brother is like the king of marshes. And he's a bird. The chart does not help me, unfortunately. Henir would be the grandfather of the Vanir. Henir equals for Fjorgen. Also cohabitates with Not, beginning the twins. Oh my god, Frigg is also known as Jord, Nethys, and Hill, among other names. Holy smokes. Later, Frigg is married to Odin and moves into... Okay. So Frigg would have come from a different... Odin and Frigg are like niece and nephew? And they get married? So there are two primal autonomous creatures, Mir and Ublefa, representing the two opposites, cold and heat, and the ancestors of all living creatures. Mir may be considered as white, ice, male, bull, and Alma is red, fire, and cow. Okay, that's where you get the cow coming from. So fire ate the ice. I hope you get that. And birthed the sun. From his feet. Okay. It's still crazy, but oh my god. Where are the dwarves come from? Oh, good lord. Well, that's crazy. That's cool. And that was informative. I liked this because it doesn't lose itself as much in the Christian... Pardon me. How Christianity has changed it. And it's still mad. It's absolutely mad. One day I gotta find some charts, because I've seen some of them, of the genealogy of different mythology pantheons. Like the Greco-Roman one is insane. I'm pretty sure I've seen one for the Norse gods too, which is just crazy, because you've got these beings that just appear out of nowhere and are suddenly mating with these other gods and demigods. Wow. We've got some stuff. We've got some information. Now to percolate that information in my brain into art. And that can take a little while sometimes. I've got my sketchbook somewhere. I have a sketchbook right over here. So yeah, there'll be some sketches possibly. Sometimes I might just like make it work in my brain. Like I'll build the whole thing in my brain and just get to work. But we'll see what's going on with that.
And we are done with that. Holy smokes. That was a wild ride. We got magic and aliens. And some crazy genealogy of trying to figure out where elves come from. And the answer is Norse. The Norse are responsible. all their fault. And then we'll throw in some blame for Christianity, because you can't not blame them. They changed a lot of things as they swept across the world. That's crazy. Why is that not working? I'm gonna have to make an overlay for this, just this scene. It's crazy. Okay, well, it has been 4 hours, and I think it is time for me to stop and percolate this information and get ready for my artist meetup so I can finish this guy and maybe start the other one. This guy, they're essentially the same. They're bats out of hell. Because my artist meetup group also gives me wonderful ideas. And yeah, with that, that is all. And we'll see you guys on Wednesday, and we're gonna research werewolves. How exciting. Bye.